Welcome to the September regular board meeting for the New Hanover County Board of Education. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, Ms. Adams.
Here.
Mr. Bullier.
Here.
Ms. Justice. Here. Ms. Craybill.
Here.
Mr. McManus.
Here.
Ms. Walker.
Here.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Present.
Right. We have a quorum. We may continue. First item on the agenda is a work session. We'll be continuing our discussion of board-related committees, and I am going to hand this over to Ms. Stephanie Craybill, who's been taking the lead on a lot of these conversations. Ms. Craybill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, fellow board members, if you see in front of you, you have three different handouts. Do you have three or just two? Yeah, you should have three. One that says ad hoc committees, it's an Excel spreadsheet. Yep. One of them that says, that leads off with board policy 2230, and one that is a list of the committees. So we only have 20 minutes, so I'm gonna hustle through, but I will be able to take notes.
Can I?
Ma'am?
Madam Chair, this is going to be informal, correct?
Yeah. Correct. Yes.
Okay. I'm not even sure, when we did this originally 3 meetings ago or 2 meetings ago, I'm not even sure what the purpose of, besides the fact that we can read this and know it, it's in our policy manual. What is the purpose of us going over all of these committees at this point that we can't already read about? I'm just curious why. I've never really had a clear answer, and I know I'm not the only one that's broached that.
Okay, so, whoops. We had, when I presented this three meetings ago, it was because I noticed that our board website and our list of committees on another place and our board policy, our board committee's policy 2230 all had different information. Okay. And they were not consistent. And I brought that up each time, and it even shows up in several of the minutes, because I went back to look through that. So the purpose is for us to come up with some recommendations for the policy committee, because all of this has to go to the policy committee. So rather than the policy committee make this up or do all the changes on our own, I thought and suggested to the board chair and the policy chair that we look at this ahead of time as a group, informally, talk about it with our subject matter experts within the county, within the district, and just make our documents correct. That's basically what we're doing.
Okay. This is valuable that it's done properly, but one of the reasons that we initially had these work sessions was for things that have been pending and are pending we have a pandemic. We had a shooting last week. We have ongoing questions and things that I know I and other board members have brought up. This suddenly popped up 3 meetings ago. And although this is important, can it be done behind the scenes, collate what the problem is instead of all of us sitting here and listening to this, and then bring it out and just present it? I'm not sure why we keep going over this. I actually do have concerns, not only that the fact that some language that is not concise and the same, which happens over time when you've got all these different areas that you're explaining things on, but also 2230 itself, board committees, there's some things, some meat in here that I'm really glad we had that meeting last week that pointed out that we have got some empty areas that we need to look at to make it more exact, and also to deal with some problems that I as a board member for one, have on the way we decide on who's on committees. And I have brought this up tangentially over the last couple years, and this would be the time that we would be working on something like that, not necessarily conciting or putting some language together, but the actual meat of what this policy does, like how we select committees. At this point, and I had brought this up before, and it hasn't actually been on the agenda, how we select committees. Instead of having one person do it, the chairperson, have like a group brought up board members that do it, because that's a lot fairer, and you'll have more experts that'll be able to give input. That's just one example. But
Right,
there's a
and
couple
so,
of
Ms.
other
Justice-
things on that I would like to look at, but at this point, what we're looking at is language and trying to put it together on a couple things. Why don't we just do that and then bring it in?
Okay, so to answer those, I'm going to try and get them in the order that you said, is that, yes, your point was well taken. Do we want to keep some of the language in? And if you recall, I've sent several emails to each of you and asked for that input. And all I got back was, I will present what I want to do. You're the only one that responded to me. Well, Stephanie did, Stephanie Walker did. I clarified some points for her. And then you responded and said, I'll give you all my feedback at the meeting today.
Because
So
we
I
gotta
was
talk about it in
waiting for that
public.
feedback. And there's nothing to say that we can't change some of our wording. That's what we're here for. That's what this work session is. And so how we decided what work sessions we're going to do is you just ask the board chair, and the board chair, and the superintendent look at that. So yes, there are many things that we can talk about, and a work session does not have to be just a reporting session. The work session can be where we actually do work. And so that's what we have been doing right now, is that what I'm trying to do is get us to the point where we are good with what we want. We take it to the policy committee. The policy committee reviews it with senior staff and the three, Mr. Wildeboer, Mr. Boyer, and myself. And we bring it back so that when policy comes to first reading, we're not sitting here having these conversations. We can just say, yeah, it's good. And then when it comes back for second, we can't. So I would like to not spend any more of my 20 minutes on why we're doing this, because we are, and it's on the agenda.
And I would
So-
like to add to that as well. Part of the reason we're doing this, this is a public conversation. And what you suggested of having the conversation behind or in via email, we can't talk as freely as we can at a session like this. And so that's the purpose of let's talk about the things in public, and that way we're not trying to send emails back. We don't want to violate open meeting laws. So,
Right, and I
so
said
that's
that
why.
last
So
night.
I appreciate Ms. Craybill for taking this on, and I suggest we let her go ahead.
Okay,
And
so if you look at policy 2230, it didn't show up in red on here, but some of the things that I have taken from our conversations together, if you look in the second paragraph, it says, the chairperson of each standing committee and the board members, that's what I'm looking at. I just struck out person because Ms. Nelson had suggested chair, but so that's not, critical. I did add in the second sentence at the end where it says, the individual board members to these committees will be published each year and can be changed by the board chair during the year. Then in paragraph number 3, in sentence 1, 2, 3, where it says the superintendent or designee, and I put in parentheses a district subject matter expert, so that we're pretty clear that we're not just getting, Joe Staffer on there. We're getting somebody that, and that wasn't meant to be derogatory to my senior staff. And then so that we can ensure that accurate and timely information, I put that in, and subcommittees may be formed to enhance and expedite the work of the committee, which we had never addressed subcommittees before. You'll see, and you don't see on yours, but on mine, I highlighted each of the areas on how many board members were supposed to be on there. I can email this to you separately.
the
Okay,
assembly one is updated.
Is it? Okay.
And can I make a comment to
Oh,
one of
yeah.
those updates? The comment about on an annual basis. There are some committees, I believe, that have discussed having rotating terms, 2-year terms.
Yeah.
So that would be my only question. Are we setting it in policy that everyone is going to rotate out on an annual basis, or does that open it up that people can have 2-year terms with some of the committees?
Well, and my suggestion was going to be, this policy 2230 is a high level. And then if you look at the second document that we have packet, where it says New Hanover County Board of Education committees, it's rather thick. And on there, and you can't see where I put in the red, but each committee is free to look at what they want for their committee and what makes sense for the work. So hold that thought, because I'm going to come
Where-
back to it.
Where is that again?
Pardon me?
What you just said?
There's this one, Judy, that says New Hanover County Board, it's kind of thick, New Hanover County Board of Education committees.
You can pull it up in Assembly with the edits.
Yeah, yeah, and everything's in red and highlighted in yellow.
There it is, okay.
Okay, so, moving on, so all the committees that we
Okay.
talked about last time, I'm not gonna go through each one of them again, but I did want
Ms.
to put,
Craybill, could you please repeat what you had just said before that, so I could follow along? You said something about changing some language?
I'm sorry?
About changing some language that committees would be free to,
Yeah, it's not the intent of our policy to dictate what each committee does.
is that new language to the policy?
No, I'm telling you that, I'm saying that to you, because our policy does not say that. Our policy is silent on how
Right.
the committees are run.
Right.
Our policy only tells us that the board chair appoints board members to these committees.
Right, and these are the kinds of topics which you just said that I am more concerned about than consolidating some language if the language is going to basically mean the same.
All right, well, I just read that in the very beginning in paragraph 2. Is there something in paragraph 2 that you don't like, that you want to be changed?
Are you talking about paragraph 2 of the policy itself?
Yes.
Oh, yes, that's what I was saying, is these are the kinds of things that I wanted to bring up, and I have brought up in the past, and I haven't been able to get on the agenda.
Well, it's on the agenda now, and I want some suggested
Oh,
wording.
absolutely, then, if you would like to hear. I do have that. Okay, paragraph 2. It says the chairperson of each standing committee and the board members of that committee. Now, I struck out will be named by the chairperson of the board on an annual basis. This is what I'm interested in.
What do you want that changed to?
The assignment of individual board members to these committees will be published each year. The board chairperson will be an ex-official member of each committee, named by a select, okay, this is where, instead of the chairperson.
Oh, wait, excuse me one second, Ms.
okay.
Justice. I'm sorry. Masks are required in the Board of Education Center. If you do not have a mask on, please put your find a mask at the front and make sure it is above your nose and under your chin. Thank you very much. If you are not choosing to wear a mask, you will be asked to leave.
There is many, is there?
Masks are required in our building. Mr. Shive?
The Board of Education can set rules regarding mask requirements in its own building, subject to reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
So is it a law, can you apply the law to that, please?
The law is that we have to follow the ADA.
Excuse me, ma'am. You're not supposed to be speaking out, please. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Shive, ma'am, if you speak out again, you will be asked to leave. Mr. Shive, I'm sorry. For those that are choosing not to wear masks at this moment,
So the board
Under-
can set requirements for its meetings, including requiring folks to wear masks to the meetings, subject to reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act. If someone believes that they have a disability that may need to be accommodated, they could inform us of that, and we could engage in an interactive process with them to determine if there's an accommodation. Otherwise, the mask is required.
so I would ask if you have an exemption, please make your way to the lobby, and Mr. Locklear, if you could please discuss with them, and Julie, Ms. Varnum. Mr. Locklear should be at the front, and Ms. Varnum is going to come as well. All right, Ms. Justice, you may continue.
Okay. All right, where it was, and the board members will be named by the chairperson of the board on an annual basis, I wanted to substitute named by a committee of 3 board members, elected by all board members. That's one thing I wanted to change. Okay, then it has a second paragraph. It talks about the committee chairperson will preside over all committee meetings and will be responsible for reporting to the board on the activities of the committee. The committee chairperson will call meetings and establish an agenda for each committee meeting that includes any item suggested by the superintendent, committee member, or board member. The superintendent or designee shall assist the chairperson of each standing committee in the preparation of the agenda and ensuring the information is available to the committee during the deliberation of the issues. Now, members of the standing, this is what I'm asking about. Members of the standing committee will be selected. There's a standing committee that will select the members that decide on the chairpersons of the board. Members of the standing committee will be selected through an Okay, members of the standing
So,
committee.
Ms. Justice, if
Will
I
be
can-
application to the, hold on, to the select committee, that's those 3 people, after a public search or process involving the committee chair and the other members, let me see, of the board. So what
Okay.
I'm asking for is basically is have a committee of 3 members that will take over the role that the chairperson currently holds, so that we will have more expertise on both the boards themselves and actually the chairs of the different committees.
Okay, so if I am understanding you correctly, you would like to add a number 10 to the bottom of the standing committees. Is that correct?
Number 10, well, that group, those 3, they're a committee that was, yeah, I guess it would add the select committee of members that would actually, but I also want to strike out the chairperson, being
Okay.
the person selecting the committee chairs.
All right, so
And
I
also
am
members.
going to need you to send me that in writing, because I don't take dictation, I couldn't go that fast.
Okay, and can-
So you need to send that to me in writing, please, so I can add it to what we're presenting to the policy.
Well, there was some confusion about what was going on with this, and that's why I tried to clarify in the front, and thank you very much now. Another thing that we learned last week is that we, as a board, are the ones who come up with policy. That we can go ahead and make these decisions outside of sending it to policy first, and then send it to policy to enact and put it in policy.
So it is my understanding that the policy committee reviews the policies as presented to us by the North Carolina State School Boards Association.
Right.
And we are permitted to draft our own policies. But in order to draft our own policies, we have to have some words together, and that's what I'm trying to gather. I'm trying to gather the words, so that the policy committee can go through the process already outlined in another process, and so, in another board policy, and so that's what I'm trying to do.
So that's what this is about, as opposed to what I was just bringing up and suggesting as a separate.
No, this is part of that. This is part of that. If you send me in writing, it will be presented to the board.
No, we
to the
have, as a
policy
board,
committee.
we as a board would have to agree on it before we send it to you, because that's a change in policy.
No, you have to, no, we don't have to agree to anything right now.
Oh, yes.
You have to send suggestions to the policy committee, and then the policy committee will work with senior staff. Am I wrong? Am I confused?
No. According to what I heard last week, and I thought originally too, but things have happened differently. We set policy, then we send it to the policy committee to incorporate in our policies. You don't set policy, we do. We're talking about now, you want to add it in there and then decide whether it works or not. First, we have to vote on whether or not we want it, then we send it to policy for you to put it in.
I think that's backwards.
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
but all right, so,
So,
long story short, can you just send me your words so that we can put it
Well,
in?
I think we need to clarify this,
Okay.
because that was a very important point that she made last week.
Let's let Mr. Bullier speak to
yeah,
this.
to clarify, in my understanding, Ms. Crable, and maybe we can ask Mr. Shive to in, but to clarify, the policy committee informs the policy-making decisions of the Board of Education. Policy is discussed and finalized within that committee, and then the recommendations of the committee are what form the board's decisions. And not understanding why we'd have a policy committee if the board just makes policy as a whole, and certainly we're entitled to change whatever policy we wish, and we could if we wanted to discuss a policy committee of the whole. But that's my understanding.
The policy committee can't make policy. It can't adopt policy. It
Right.
can make recommendations to the full board to adopt policy.
But we're free to adopt policy and then send it to them to incorporate it in what we're doing, correct?
If the board wanted to adopt a policy, then I think it would be an unnecessary step to send it back to the policy committee if the board had already voted on the
Right,
policy
so if we
itself.
decided to change the situation with the chairperson being the one that appoints the board, the committee chairs, we could first, and we should first, decide whether we want to do that or not, and then send it over to policy to put the wording in properly to fit in with the other policies that we already have in place.
And
You
Judy,
could-
that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get the words that you want so the policy committee can do its job and bring things back to the whole board for first reading. That's what I'm trying to do.
We'd have to first vote on it before we'd adopt it.
We're not adopting it. You don't adopt it till you have first reading, and then you have second reading. We've got such a long way to go, but we have to start somewhere. So I'm asking you to start somewhere with me.
With some
and
change-
us.
with some
These
changes
are-
in policy.
The work session conversations are informal conversations that we can speak to ideas and things that we are trying to work on. And so if you believe that you would like to have that specific line taken out of this policy, then I think the conversation is, do other board members agree? And if other board members agree, then that can be sent to policy as a potential change. So how do other board members feel about that?
Madam,
And I think that this should actually be the last comment, because unfortunately, we are already past our 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. Craybill, that this went longer than anticipated. But yes, Mr. Boyer, comment, and then we will go ahead.
I'd like to ask one question after he comments, so we can know
Yeah,
what we're doing going forward.
I think that, the board can weigh in on the decision the chair makes by voting on the chair. And I think, we had a board, a past board that was together for 20 years. I worry about the possibility of a divided board, factions, a group of three determining who will serve on what committee. The board chair makes those appointments, and we all get to weigh in on who sits in that position, so.
All right, and Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, all right, so given that we've spun our wheels again, I'll leave off the adverbs. Where are we going from here? Because why do we even have any policy? Why do we even have anything if we're not even going to attempt to make them better and to make them usable for what we're doing? I mean, so going from here, do we have another work session? Do we have a whole nother night? Do people who have comments send emails with information so that I can include it? I mean, I'm stuck, because this is exactly where we end up every time. Somebody spins us into the rinse cycle, and then we get nothing done, and I spent like 5 hours
So
putting this together for everybody.
I would like to make a suggestion that we do this one more time, with the work session at the interim meeting about board committees. And we come up with 3 goals that we are trying to accomplish in that conversation. One of them is to make recommendations, this is per some of the conversations, to make recommendations of how people are selected. Is that a goal that we can agree on? How committee members are being selected?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
When are they selected?
And if you look at, on that.
And are there any other
Yeah.
goals?
That's one of them.
Members
How do
of
we
committees.
select?
That's how do we select the members? Okay,
Correct.
so
Got
that is
that.
a conversation that needs to be had, and we can start with that one. And then what other interests, Mr. McManus, around this topic is a goal for us to finish at the interim meeting?
I move we send it back to committee, and anyone who has their options, provide their options of what they'd like to see changed to the committee, and follow that process, which we followed for a long time. That's what the committee's for. And then the committee can come forth and make the recommendations, and at that time, I guess we can vote on it.
So your
Or send it back to
suggestion,
committee.
your suggestion is to send this to policy and let policy make some decisions regarding the expectations for the selection of committees.
And anyone can add what suggestions they would like. Judy can send her corrections, anyone else can send their corrections, but
So to table this as a work session item for the board as of now. All right, how do other board members feel about that?
the board can do anything we want to.
Yep.
We know that. But I move we send it to committee.
Okay.
Everyone puts what their suggestions are in committee, and it comes back to us. That's a more formal, and everyone gets an input into that.
All right,
Then
how do other
everybody
board?
has to commit to doing that.
Yes. How do other board members feel about that?
That sounds good.
Good? Yes?
Good process.
But I want to clarify, these are some major changes that I'm talking about in policy. And we should, so is it going to be in policy? And Nelson just, excuse me, Mr. Boyer just made the statement that he feels that the way it's done in the past was correct. And I have some disagreement with that, or I wouldn't have brought the issue up. So if we send it back to policy, and since he's the chairperson, are we sure that that's going to remain in there and they're going to recommend it? That's what I'm concerned about.
What I would suggest, send your suggestions to the policy committee and then participate in the policy committee meeting when this is being discussed.
Well, and then it's going to come back here, and then we're going to discuss it. We can then discuss it in public, one of the reasons that we feel the way we do, along with some evidence as to why it is that it needs to be changed.
So
Thank you.
can I get a clarification on that?
Yes.
If we start sending everything to all three of us on the policy committee, haven't we created an open meeting? So could we just say that we send the information to Nelson or to me or to Pete so that we,
No, 3 is fine.
No, it's an open meeting.
Oh, sorry.
Because 3 people comprise a committee.
Right.
So if we are all 3 getting the information, then, and we're responding, then to me, is that an open meeting, or am I wrong on that?
You shouldn't be having discussions back and forth. If one board member wanted to send recommendations to the committee, they could certainly do that, but we shouldn't be engaging in back and forth.
Okay, so
I'd make
they
the
can send it to all
recommendation
3 of us, and we
Mr.
just can't answer.
Boyer, Because he is the chairman.
So please send your suggestions for policy 2230 to board chair, or to the committee chair, Mr. Bollier. And if you would like to CC the rest of the board for us to see what those recommendations are, that's fine, but please do not respond. They will be taken to the policy committee, and you are encouraged to participate in the next policy committee if this is added. All right? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Crable. I know that you put in a lot of work to prepare for this tonight. I am sorry that we did not get further in this dialogue. All right. Next item on the agenda is the invocation. Ms. Bowie, can we please pull that up? And I ask everyone please to stand.
I'm Reverend Jonathan Watson, pastor of Cape Fear Presbyterian Church. Let us pray. Most holy and gracious God, we pray for your presence at tonight's meeting of the New Hanover County Board of Education. Be with those who have been entrusted to serve our students, families, teachers, and administrators. Their task is great, O God, for there are many challenges facing our schools and community. I pray that you would guide each of them in the items up for discussion this evening. Grant them wisdom in their ongoing conversations surrounding COVID-19 and how best to keep our students healthy. I pray that you would give them clarity in their dialogue about how to protect our children and young people in the wake of the recent violence at New Hanover High School. In all of their agenda items, help them to work towards the best solutions for all of our students. We ask your blessing on each of the commissioners on this board, as well as Superintendent Faust. Help each of them to be a good steward of the responsibilities they've been given, and lead them, O Lord, to serve with intelligence, integrity, creativity, and compassion. We also pray for those from the community who are in attendance at tonight's meeting, and that you would bring to this gathering a spirit of peace and unity. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And thank you, Reverend Jonathan Watson from the Cape Fear Presbyterian Church for this evening's invocation. We appreciate you sending that in. All right. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I would like to make a motion. Currently on the agenda, we have, per our agenda policy for the call to the audience, agenda items and non-agenda items. I would like to make a motion to combine both agenda and non-agenda items in the first call to the audience in an effort so people do not have to hang around for the entirety of our meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Call to the audience has been combined into one on the agenda. Any other agenda items to be added or edited? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, agenda is approved 7-0. Next item on the agenda is a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11 A1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321. to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privileged information, including in the case captioned John Doe v. New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., New Hanover County Superior Court. Do I hear a motion? Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We are in closed session. Thank you. Ms. Baggy, are we live again? All right, thank you very much. I would just like to make a reminder that we have consulted with the board's attorney. If you are not wearing a mask, reasonable accommodations have been made to let you watch the meeting streamed live. If you are not wearing a mask, you are going to please be asked to leave. If you are signed up for call to the audience, you may stay with a mask on, and you may remove the mask for your call to the audience moment when you are speaking to the public, per the guidelines. But again, if you are here, we are asking that you wear a mask for the safety of everyone in this room. Please keep it above your nose and below your chin. Thank you. If you would choose not to, you will need to be escorted out. Deputies, if we need some assistance, please ask those to leave that are not leaving on their own. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, approval of the minutes. We have minutes from July 13th and 20th, August 3rd, and August 17th. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Bullier. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am, I have a couple changes that, that are not just typos.
Okay.
So if we're in the minutes for July 13th meeting, under Section 10, Announcements, Part A, NCSBA Summer Leadership and School Safety, when we have the SAFE clubs listed, and it should be the SAVE, capital S, capital A, capital V, capital E clubs.
I'm sorry. One more time.
It's
I'm pulling through.
under Section A, 10, XX, Announcements, Part A, NCSBA Leadership Update, School Safety Bullet. We have Safe Schools Clubs, and it should be SAVE Clubs, capital S, capital A, capital V, capital E.
Ms. Bowie, can you please make that adjustment, make note of that, and it will be updated? Thank you. And did you have another?
Yes, this is in the August the 3rd minutes. Under the second reading, did we make the motion to send policy 5070 and 5120 back to the policy committee? Was that what the motion was? Because it just said they were pulled. I didn't know if that was clear enough.
We sent them back to the policy committee.
Okay, so does pulling them mean that?
I'm comfortable with it, but
Okay.
we can change it.
No, I don't mind. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on that. Okay, and then so in 817 minutes, this is the one that had a little bit more. It was under the work session in the second sentence. Where it says we need to add in it about board committees. I need to find. And then delete will the committee discuss. We just, there was a couple words in there that were repeated, like they'd been cut and pasted a little bit.
Okay. Excuse me, Lieutenant Brown, anyone that is not wearing a mask, can you please remove them from the property? Please escort them out. We have made reasonable accommodations. The meeting is being streamed live. If you are not wearing a mask, please leave. No, excuse me, ma'am, you're out of order. Please, Lieutenant Brown, please remove her from the ground. Lieutenant Brown, please remove the gentleman in the yellow shirt, please. Ma'am, you are out of order. You are asked to leave the building. Thank you, New Hanover County Sheriff's Department. Please remove anyone without a mask. Thank you. We will continue. Ma'am, you are out of order. Please leave. Thank you very much to the deputies. We appreciate it. Ms. Crable, do you have any other comments you would like to share?
I can't find it in here where it was under the work session. Oh, here it is. It's in the second to the last paragraph, Ms. Bowie, where it says, Ms. Adam recommends for board members to share their discussions. And then the second sentence, she reiterates that the committee discussion will continue. So if we can just take out that discussion will continue.
Ms. Bowie, can you please
That's,
update that?
it's not the major, but it just sort of looped a little bit.
All right, so those are the edits that have been brought forward for the minutes. I'd like to ask for a motion. Oh, do you have another amendment too?
I'm not sure. I believe there is hold on, let me find out what date this is. I think it's the July 13th meeting. I just want to confirm, because I think at the very beginning there was an addition asked to be changed for the minutes of, sorry, let me find it again. I just had it, I swear. There was Ms. Justice asked to have an addition to previous minutes, and I don't know if that ever got changed, and I think I seconded her motion. It says Stephanie Craybill, but do you remember Stephanie Craybill?
Which one are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Board Member Judy Justice moves to add discussion about the violation of First Amendment rights of Chris Sutton when his speech was cut off. I believe I was the second one.
It does say that. Board Member Stephanie Walker seconds.
The one I looked at didn't say that, so I must have gotten changed. Were those minutes ever approved, or change ever approved? Did we ever go back and re-vote on those minutes? Does anyone know?
I believe we did during that.
Should I get with Crystal about it? Because I know, I'll just ask her.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, so there are 3 amendments. Is there a motion to approve the amendments as presented by Ms. Craybill for the minutes?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The amendment is approved. Next is the approval of the minutes with amendments. Do I hear a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Minutes are approved. Thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is the call to the audience. Per Board Policy 2310, the board will allow up to 1 hour of public comment for call to the audience. Community members may sign up to speak online beginning Monday, September 6th at 8 a.m. The sign-up list will be full at 30 participants. In addition, community members may sign up to speak 1 hour prior to the board meeting in person. 5 slots will be available. Those that sign up in person will be eligible to speak based on the remaining time available. Please be reminded that messages that contain profanity or other derogatory language will not be permitted and the participant may be removed. All right. Call to the audience list. All right. Our first call to the audience participant, and as I mentioned, keep your mask on. You may remove your mask at the microphone if you would like to, because you are speaking in a public setting. But as soon as you are complete, please make sure to return your mask. All right, Ms. Sandy Isles.
I'm tired. I'm tired of expecting you to do the right thing and being disappointed. Policy 5120 still does not comply with state law, which requires a parent guardian be present for student interrogations. The law does not say you only need to try to reach parents, it requires their presence. The courts consistently have not supported administrators filling this role. The law does not allow the sheriff's office to waive a student's right on their behalf. Fix the policy. I'm tired of our staff, students, and parents being blamed for our problems when month after month we ask you to solve them. When will you accept responsibility for your failures? You have perpetuated the culture that allowed our children to be unsafe, as they have been raped, bullied, and now shot at, yet you deflect and blame the thousands of families of New Hanover County schools. If you're failing to lead our schools, that is on you, not us. If you have failed to earn our trust, that is on you, not us. I'm tired of your failed leadership, resulting in reactionary decisions, like the latest clear bag requirement at New Hanover High School. Clear bags do not expose weapons on the person. You must support your administrators so they are equipped to provide proactive solutions. I'm tired of optics, propaganda, and gaslighting. You say and write really nice words, but we see the truth. We live the truth. Your actions do not reflect your words. I'm tired of our staff facing immense burdens and not being cared for. I'm tired of them not being consulted in policy decisions and being bullied by leadership. I'm tired of the culture of retaliation and fear. I'm tired of you playing victim when you have the power and are hurting people. The people in power are not the victim. I'm tired of our schools not being adequately staffed. We need more staff in our classrooms. Now that you have access to $350 million, how are you going to staff our schools? I'm tired.
Thank you,
Our
Ms.
community
Iles.
is tired.
Your time is
Put
up.
our kids first.
Your time
Be
is up, Ms.
accountable.
Iles.
And for
Your
God's
time
sake,
is
do
up.
the right
You will
thing.
be asked to leave. Thank you. Mr. Rawitch.
Tonight, I will speak about the strategic plan. The last time a strategic plan was adopted by the Board of Education was in 2016. It included a strategy to eliminate elementary suspensions. When people asked about it, I'm sure they were told to wait. They were told to wait in 2016. They were told to wait in 2017. They were told to wait in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And when ending elementary suspensions was brought to our new superintendent and Board of Education, we were told to wait. Wait until we look at the research. Wait until we have a plan. Wait until we provide training. Wait, wait, wait. You've seen the research. Ms. Varnum presented a plan, and the principals have had the training. We're done waiting. We're done waiting for a long overdue policy where 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children will not be suspended from school except for having a gun or drugs or a violent assault. Robert's Rules of Order allows you to make a motion and change policy 4300 tonight, or send it back to the policy committee where they can review the policies of 8 other states that ended suspensions of their youngest students. You say children first. We're leading the way. Well, show us. Earn our trust. Love our children. End suspensions of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children now. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Torres. Mr. Michael Torres. Ms. Gail Major.
Board, Dr. Faust, Stephanie Adams, nice to finally meet you face to face. I'm here regarding fingerprinting. I have lobbied for fingerprinting and background checks, which is not a law currently in North Carolina State, for New Hanover County, for all of who come in contact with our children. And I attached the Board Policy 2122 in this request/complaint. This policy requires all of you sitting before me to implement it. Yet today, the only thing we know that is on someone's desk. I was informed by Ashley Walker that you are looking to see the cost of this. And if it is over $30,000, you would like 3 quotes. Now, I understand that the board was given $362 million. I understand you were very happy about that, Ms. Adams. Surely you do not and should not have anything holding this up. And if you recall, there was a first and a second done. It was supposed to go to the agenda for discussion, but it ended up as a superintendent report. Dr. Faust, you should have investigated and gotten back to the board. You have never reacted to me or never even heard your voice. That is total lack of communication. Do you understand the burden is all on you right now? If there is any report of sexual abuse in our schools, that we can call you liable for negligence. Look at the law and understand the law and understand we have voices and understand we are learning the law. North Carolina is not chartered. Perhaps your lawyers might want to
Your
look
time
up
is
what
up.
that means.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Your
Not
time is up.
chartered.
Ms. Veronica McLaurin Brown.
The New Hanover County Strategic Plan for 2016 to 2020 had a goal of ending out-of-school suspensions for elementary school. No plan was developed during the past 6 years to achieve that goal. While we did nothing, 8 states eliminated suspensions for their youngest learners. Adopt a strategic plan that has a goal of ending suspensions and an action plan to get it done. Last week, at a joint meeting about violence in our schools, District Attorney Ben Davis stated, "Crime and education have always been inversely related. 2 out of 3 people who are in our jails tonight are high school dropouts. Keeping them in school is everything. The current discipline policy contributes to the violence in our community. Policy 4300 codifies kicking students out of school for minor infractions. The Love Our Children team has talked to parents, teachers, principals, ministers, policemen, politicians, business owners, grandmas, and children. Our community supports keeping 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children in school except for weapons, drugs, and serious bodily harm. The school system has a non-negotiable policy against corporal punishment. We need a non-negotiable policy against suspending our young children. Use the 18 alternatives to suspensions on the county's website to keep our babies in school. Use that $350 million to keep our babies in school. How do you legally or morally or professionally continue to justify keeping a discipline policy that we know harms our children, especially 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds? There is no way to justify.
Your time is up. Thank you. Ms. Barbara Garrow. Ms. Barbara Garrow.
The New Hanover County Board of Education needs to have a policy that starts at the earliest ages to prevent violence by keeping young children, 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds in school. In reviewing the video, which I've done several times, of the joint New Hanover County Board of Education and County Commission meeting following the shootings at New Hanover High School, here are some takeaways spoken at that meeting that seem to have broad agreement and support. Crime and education have an inverse relationship. Less education, more crime. Measures should be proactive and preventative, beginning with early education to keep children in school. Young children need the message that they are good persons and that they have a future. Social services and mental health resources are needed for students and families. Please use some of the allocated sale of hospital dollars for these resources. You can't make change unless you have policies that lead the way. Attitudinal changes are incremental, but policy changes are immediate. You, as the New Hanover County Board of Education, need to adopt a policy tonight that ends out-of-school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children, except for drugs, guns, and very violent behavior. Keep children in school, give them a safe place to be, have intervention resources and teams in place, make them feel important, and do not continue to use the out-of-school suspensions that lead to rejection, eventually gang behavior, and prison. Put a policy in place that forces a change in attitudes within the school system where suspensions occur. You will be making schools a safer place. Thank you.
Miss Anita Naylor. Miss Anita Naylor. Loretta Stackhouse.
I am here today asking that as you update the New Hanover County School Strategic Plan, that you consider ending suspension of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. Virtual learning is not the best method of teaching for young children. Young children learn best in face-to-face environment. Face-to-face learning creates opportunities for unacceptable behavior. Consequences of these actions are required. Eliminate the suspension policy and replace it with positive behavioral alternatives. Suspension harms children. Statistics show that a child is at a higher risk of repeating the grade following suspension from school. A child having been suspended from school is more likely to enter the penal system. Positive alternatives are available instead of suspension. Positive alternatives create positive behavior changes. The New Hanover County School 2016 to 2020 strategic plan included the objective, quote, to provide additional alternatives to suspension, end quote, and, I quote, elimination of elementary suspension, end quote. Nothing happened. Be heroes for our children and end suspensions for our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. Thank you.
Angela Gossett. Angela Gossett. Paul Summers.
Good evening, Madam Chair and other members of the school board. My name is Paul Summers. I live at 246 Inlet Point, near the southern end of our county. Let me just say that I salute each of you for your willingness to serve, and I appreciate your commitment to ensuring the highest education for every student. I have spent nearly my entire life in public education from the time I entered public school kindergarten until I retired from teaching at a public university in 2013. During my primary school years, I had friends who got suspended. They became alienated and antagonistic towards school. There were other such students who went on to become enchanted with gang life, committed acts of violence, and ended up in judicial prosecution. Studies with high statistics have proven that school suspension is a primary pump for the prison to the school to prison pipeline. Sadly, I think we are seeing this play out in our county now. Please heed the advice that Commissioner Barfield gave you publicly last Friday. Take care of our youngest children, ages 4, 5, 6, and 7. You can set a policy that will end the suspensions of those youngest children. Our teachers and our principals have been trained in methods of positive discipline. They can and will adapt and comply with your new policy, a change of policy.
Your time is up. Thank you. Pastor, and please forgive me if I pronounce this incorrectly, Kojo Netambu.
Good evening, and I want to say thanks to Chairman Adams and to Dr. Faust for giving me this opportunity to speak. Most of everyone that's been up here, and most of you already know that there are a lot of studies about how a child can be scarred in his early life. And that's one of the reasons why they tried to get the considered parochial punishment should be taken out of the school. But there are some things that are just even more dangerous and detrimental than parochial punishment, and it's mental and emotional punishment. And some of the things that you're talking about in this particular rule that you're putting together, when we're talking about suspending children at that age, I look at the school system as being a greenhouse for young plants, a greenhouse for young human beings, young individuals, where they come to get molded and they come to get tended to at an early age so they can be molded for life. And I know most of you, if you look at your garden and look at your plant, every time a plant gets a bug on it or gets a leaf begins to brown, you don't just throw the plant away. You don't throw it out. You try to mold it and make it better. And we have to look at our children more seriously in that. That's because our children are our future. And we have to look at them as a part of our produce, as a part of the nourishment and nurture for the coming times and for the future. And one of the worst things that we can do is treat our children like adults. Most of you in here, if on the job that you're on, if you're suspended from your job for any reason, you will feel somewhat bitter and somewhat ostracized when you go back to work. How do you think a child feels if it's suspended at that age? But it's also scarred, and it begins to develop all kinds of different negative attitudes and faculties that will affect it for the rest of their life. And we have to think about that. Let us take the time to mold our children, to love our children. And whatever faults we see them, let us take time to work on them and to work through them. I worked in the school system for 10 years as a parent advocate, where I worked with parents and children on their attitude. Thank you.
Angela Caney. Angela Caney.
Never has Policy 5120, which defines the relationship between law enforcement and New Hanover County Schools, become more prevalent than it was this last week. As parents worried about the safety of their children in the midst of gunfire, the question of our students being illegally interrogated was raised, adding to that stress. Perhaps this act alone of setting perimeters to ensure students their rights could help to rebuild the broken trust with the community. As a conscious discipline instructor who knows the value of social emotional learning and mental health, focusing on proactive strategies to enhance communication with families, build community partnerships, and support students are far more effective than reactive responses of clear backpacks and metal detectors and increased police presence, which has proven not to be effective in making schools safer. Perhaps glancing back at the events of the last 2 weeks could provide useful information we could learn from if we were willing. First, we could adopt the philosophy of better safe than sorry, placing merit into listening to students and families when they bring forth threats in situations where bullying is problematic. Title IX federal regulations provide provisions of protection for students who are being bullied and harassed. To simply say, walk away and find an adult you trust seems like a weak solution to me. Walking away isn't always possible, and some students don't have an adult that they trust at school. And even when they do, plans aren't always put into place to protect them, as we saw just last week. Drawing district lines to purposefully separate neighborhoods, contributing to turf wars that could be avoided, and refusing to enact Title IX support for open choice creates dangerous situations. Even when parents reach out for help, our board disregards it. Right now, we're not even trying to include those families in the planning conversations. Our district is selective about who they invite into this dialogue and without an ounce of empathy or accountability. A year and a half ago, we lost a child to suicide because we ignored the pain inflicted by bullying.
Your time is
This
up,
week,
Ms.
we
Caney.
almost lost
Ms.
more.
Caney, your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Chris Sutton? Chris Sutton?
Dr. Faust, it's time for the community to look at what you've done since you've been here. We cannot continue the way things are going. Your lack of communication, not just with me, but the entire community in general, is insulting. You see that with them, you see that with the group back there. Over and over, you're supposed to be the person that we contact. For some reason, you're just not doing your job. Section 3 of the superintendent contract requires all criticisms, complaints, and suggestions brought to the board be sent to the superintendent. The superintendent must review and investigate such items and inform the board of such efforts. Has anybody, all the different complaints we've brought up, I can't say that you've actually went through with that. You fell with your obligations multiple times, and I filed a formal complaint. Your attorney's going to end up having to do the investigation, obviously, because you can't investigate yourself. I brought up the potential conflict of interest with Barrington Smith, and when I did that, the role of the school board attorney and the role of the insurance attorney, you can't have that. It's a potential conflict of interest. I asked you to work on it. We had two different school board members that both first and seconded it. It was supposed to be put on the agenda. The day that we show up to have that conversation with an agenda, instead we get blindsided. Within 1 minute, we hired a new attorney. And the thing is, like, that's just wrong. Y'all are supposed to have a discussion, a question and answering in front of the public. That is a contractor. And I told y'all what was going to happen. And what ended up happening, Barrington Smith has how many lawyers? We're talking 24. That man couldn't find, you couldn't find an attorney to deal with it. If they didn't deal with it, it's because it would have been a conflict of interest. This is what they told you. This is what they tried to get you to take a look at. You didn't. You failed. And you're failing our teachers. With my last time, I'm going to just go ahead and skip this. You're failing our teachers. And the people that are not teachers. You're talking your janitors, the people that are doing your food. Like this thing with the tutoring, man, this is ridiculous. You're not paying them for that. We should be trying to incentivize our teachers. Look at PTO. Look at paying them for that time. But they won't say nothing to you because they're worried about retaliation. There's so much. I wish I had more than 2 minutes with you. That's why I asked for a
Megan Gear. Megan Gear.
I'm a teacher in New Hanover County, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about concerns that I have about the proposed after-school tutoring. First, I have concerns about student safety. Surely you're aware of our current busing situation. We struggle to find drivers for normal routes on normal school days and normal hours, causing multiple routes for one bus and extremely late arrivals home. Now, older students would not dismiss until dark and then would be dropped off at a bus stop after dark. How is this safest for our students? I also have concern about the benefits to our students. We can assume that the students who will be targeted in this program will be our lower underperforming students who generally struggle to complete academic tasks during the normal school day. Having these students have to stay an additional time after school while hungry possibly and tired as well doesn't seem to be the best use of their time or hours. Perhaps rather than paying for buses, the commissioners would be willing to allow the district to hire tutors that could come into our schools during the day and work with those students one-on-one or in small groups. This would eliminate the need for busing and longer days for students and staff. I also have concerns for us as a staff. We talk a lot about the importance of self-care and mental health, and frankly, this suggests otherwise. None of you truly know the anxiety and stress that was placed on us last year as classroom teachers. You asked us to build the plane while we flew it, and we rose to that challenge. We are currently taking on new programs and new curriculums this year, about 5 to be exact. Again, this is the time for that. Last is the lack of respect shown through this process. I ask you to put yourselves in our shoes. If your employer came to you and said that you weren't working hard enough during the day and that you were being paid, you need to work after you were done without being paid, knowing that you were working more than your expected time already, working as hard as you could to make that company successful as it was, that would be a reasonable request to you. I have other issues, but I'm going to end with this. I stand here tonight to speak for myself as well as my colleagues. I'm standing here for those beginning teachers afraid to speak up. I'm standing here for those who have been made to feel afraid to share their thoughts. I need to be clear here. I am not afraid, and I will continue to stand up for myself and my colleagues because I'm a person first, and I deserve better than that.
Your time is up. Denise Yanone? Yanone? Am I saying that correctly? It's Yanone.
I'm a child advocate and retired learning specialist. Thank you, New Hanover County Commissioners and Board of Education for partnering on behalf of our children. Please request that funding be given to New Hanover County Schools for programs that will directly impact students' social, emotional, physical, and mental health. Please partner with community leaders and support existing community programs, which have formed strong relationships and trust within the community. New Hanover County Schools must learn from them. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we do need a big spare tire. Please bring the highly successful Bull City United program to Wilmington. Please engage parental guardians and PTAs to form a parent patrol to help monitor school hallways. Let's have student advisory committees in every school and a student committee working with the school board. Let's identify at-risk students in every school, especially students suffering from the ravages of poverty. Let's assign our most vulnerable kids a mentor from within our schools. Each child needs and deserves at least one person who actively advocates for them. Let's be proactive and monitor the well-being of our most vulnerable students. Let's use unifying public service announcements. Let's have a zero-tolerance policy for bullying in our schools, at our Board of Education meetings, and in our homes. Let's not keep behaving badly and expect the children to be the adults in the room. We need to protect and preserve the human rights of our children, including their right to have a parental guardian present at police interrogations. Let's be mindful that children absorb everything we do and say. We can see ourselves, our fear and our anger reflected in their behavior. Don't like youth gun violence? Looking for answers? Don't blame the kids. Look in the mirror. Thank you.
Timothy Tatka. Timothy Tatka.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As my family has watched news stories and interviews, as well as the joint meeting last week, we appreciate the concern to address the community issue looking for long-term solutions. That being said, we would also like to see the security issue at the school addressed immediately. I understand that when community issues are not addressed, they can overflow into the school. But on Monday, August 30th, the shooting happened at the school and needs to be addressed as such. Community outreach programs such as Bull City United and the addition of more guidance counselors that was suggested to me by a board member are pieces of the solution. These pieces take finances, staff, and months, if not years, to implement and see results. The Bull City United website itself waited over 2 years to publish its first results. Last year, the school board showed the ability to quickly adapt to the threat of COVID by implementing temperature checks of each student entering the school. Can you show the same urgency now as guns entering the school pose another immediate threat? Could we have officers with metal detecting wands or bag checks done in the same way? Governor Cooper has also given the school the ability to offer a remote option. This would help against the spread of the COVID variant, as well as give students and parents who are not comfortable returning to school an option. Additionally, it would give the board and county commissioners time to come up with other immediate solutions. There is not one answer to this complicated problem, and yes, more mental health access and community outreach is a part of the solution. But those currently adopted pieces will only affect the next generation of students and does nothing to eliminate the immediate threat to current students of guns and weapons entering the school. I ask that the school board please realize this and do something that gives my son, other students, and staff the confidence that this will not happen again tomorrow.
Dorian Cromartie.
Hi, I'm Dorian Cromartie. I will say tonight's a little different. There hasn't been one person before me that spoke that in some way I agreed with them on what they spoke on. Not one, and that is very, very rare. I will say that. I would like to thank the first responders, educators, and the county commissioners for all doing their part in this incident this school system had. I will say that I am very proud to see that something proactive is being done for once, and that is going ahead and putting the funds aside. What I don't need is another repeat in this hasty, reactive plan of clear book bags, increased SROs, metal detectors, that's just a Band-Aid. That's kicking the can down the road. The community has been telling y'all for years that we need more social workers. We need more psychiatrists. We need more counselors. There are some schools with a caseload of 100 plus. 100 plus on one person. This could have been avoided. It could have been avoided. This was a problem in the making. And now it took someone getting shot for y'all to listen. Well, some of y'all to listen. That's shameful. And now you're gonna react again, and then it's gonna happen again. We need permanent, concrete solutions. This needs to be prevented. Proactive planning, not reactionary. It's gonna be a repeat. I'd like to thank y'all for participating in Robert's Rules of Order training by Tanis Nelson. I enjoyed it. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Thank you for your time.
April Farr. April Farr. Aaron Cogan. Aaron Cogan. Patricia A. Bradford. Is that you, Patricia Bradford?
Good evening. I'm Pat Bradford, Rights of Reach Magazine. I come here tonight, and I'm going to pray. Father God, I thank you for this elected body, seated before us, and the paid staff, the law enforcement, those assembled here tonight, along with those online. I ask, Father God, in the name of Jesus Christ, to bless each and every one of you. I ask him to send you his goodness, and I ask him to send you his spirit of kindness. And I pray understanding in this body, in this room, from this day forward. It's not about anyone coming into agreement with me. It's not anybody coming into agreement with you. It's about everybody coming into agreement with the Father. Now I declare and decree in Jesus' name, we are all set free right now from the spirit of fear. It no longer has this hold on us, and we are set free from the lies that we are seeing from the enemy in this country. Amen. Now, it's time to demask our children. These don't work. They make people like me sick. It'll take me a day and a half to get over the short minutes that I've had to wear it because you forced me to, even though I have a medical exemption, and you're violating the Constitution, the American with Disabilities Act. You're violating it, and you're making the law enforcement do it. But I assume since this is a school board meeting that we're all about education. So educate yourself, people. Parents, educate yourself. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid that the government and the media are putting on you. Search out the facts for yourself. COVID treatments don't work. COVID treatments are being withheld from us by our medical people. Masks don't work, and this tyranny has got to stop. It's got to. It absolutely has to. Educate yourselves.
Jennifer Boughton. Jennifer Boughton.
Thank you for your attention. Good evening, my name is Jennifer Boughton. I'm a parent of 2 in the New Hanover County school system. I'm speaking today in response to comments made on Friday during the emergency meeting. Before new accommodations or actions are put into place to improve school safety, I want to ask the board on its policy and enforcement thereof on the commitment and agreement by signature of its staff and teachers on the student handbook and the School of Code of Conduct. Every parent, such as myself and my students, are required to sign off on these documents every year, but are the teachers and the staff. As a parent of a student who was repeatedly bullied and ultimately assaulted on the playground during gym class in our schools, I am appalled by the sheer lack of compliance to the then policy 8410, now 4329/7311, Section B, conduct that is considered bullying or harassing behavior. At the time of the offense to my son, there was disciplinary action set forth into these policies on assaults and batteries causing injury but not serious injury, resulting in the suspension of up to 10 days. Older than 7. Despite what was written in these policies and approved by this board, and after discussion with the school staff, the bully returned to the classroom the very next day to participate in the then class seasonal festivities, which my son opted to return to home as he did not feel safe. His bully and offender was in the class, allowed to return with no ramifications. To note, also, my son also received an unexcused absence for that decision, which I'm also offended. Without droning on about the details of it, if this had occurred between adults and high school students, there would have been legal ramifications.
Time is up, Ms. Bowden.
You need to improve.
Time, thank you. Tim Joyner? Tim Joyner.
I don't have a speech prepared. I only came with testimonies of the children that were there on Monday. Most of them have all said that one of the scariest parts of Monday were the police that ran into their classrooms and pointed guns at them after they've already went through a harrowing ordeal. The children told me the police made them more fearful than any of the active shooting that could have been going on. The children told me that police have always made them fearful in school because they have no idea exactly what their point is and if they're actually helping. The children told me that police are not friendly. They told me that police are not friendly to their classmates, so they feel the need to protect their classmates. One student told me that they felt the need to protect their classmates from the police more than the active shooter. This is a problem. This is indicative of how we view law enforcement from top to bottom. We cannot induce on these kids the same trauma that we have induced on adults as law-abiding citizens that have to live under the rule of a police force that doesn't work for or with them. Increasing them and changing the policies in the schools works as well as a clear mask and a clear face shield. Not at all. And for those in here who are against masks yet want preventative measures, please check your priorities and remember that goes across all boards. Thank you.
Sybil G. Desordre? Sybil G. Desordre? Disorder.
Distinguished board members, thank you for listening. I'd like to tell you about my high school experience. On the first day of 7th grade, I made the egregious mistake of carrying a book bag. For that, I was punished by being called for the first time in my life a faggot. Sadly, that was not the only time, and I continue to receive it to this day. No one was there to protect me. My parents weren't there to protect me. My teachers were not there to protect me, and the school board was not there to protect me. I was harassed, terrorized, bullied. I had my arm broken. My property damaged. All while my father, who was a police officer, had loaded handguns, and I was trained how to use them. I could have, but by the grace of God, been this poor young child who was being bullied and brought a gun to school and killed my classmates, which, by the way, I fantasized about regularly. I had no other help. I implore you that rather than bringing more police in, having these children believe that their civil rights do not matter by being interrogated without their parents, I implore you to provide more mental health resources to these children. They need it. It doesn't go away. It doesn't matter if you tell these children to look away, pretend it's not happening. It doesn't go away. Please help these children. Do not punish them further. Thank you. And by the way, thank you for enforcing the mask mandate. It's important.
Maverick Doan. Maverick Doan. Elizabeth Dunn.
Hey, I'm Libby Dunn. I'm here to address the parents of New Hanover County. I am here on behalf of New Hanover County Concerned Citizens, and you can find out more at New Hanover County Concerned Citizens, nhccc.nationbuilder.com or libbyforliberty.com, libby4liberty.com. We've started a petition to ask for the resignation of all of the school board members. So if you're interested in signing that, please do. And the reason that we are asking for the resignation of our school board members is that they are not protecting our students from indoctrination. They are dividing students against each other in terms of race. They are dividing students against each other in terms of vaccinated and unvaccinated, and these mask rules. And so what we need is unity and diversity, not unity through conformity and sameness. So again, if you're interested in learning more, New Hanover County Concerned Citizens, nhccc.nationbuilder.com. Thanks.
That brings us to the end of our call to the audience. Our next item on the agenda is recognitions and achievement. And we'd like to welcome Chief Communications Officer Josh Smith to the microphone, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Faust, and guests. It is no secret that the 2020-2021 school year pushed us all outside of our comfort zone and required more from us. It required more patience, more dedication, more creativity, more innovation, and more improvisation. Each time more was asked from our schools, teachers, staff, and students, they rose to the occasion. Over the last year, our child nutrition staff mastered the more. They fed students from buses and cars, in homes and schools. They fed them when we were in session and provided them during breaks and holidays. New Hanover County Schools Child Nutrition ensured our students and all children in our community had access to meals. With their dedication and commitment to the students we serve, it's no wonder that today I can recognize and celebrate Ms. Carol Kennedy, the 2021 North Carolina School Nutrition Association Manager of the Year. For two decades, Ms. Kennedy has worked in our district and has served as the child nutrition manager for Sunset Park Elementary since 2007. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for your service of excellence to our staff and students.
All right, before we move into the next item on the agenda, congratulations again. And would board members, why don't we take a 5-minute break? So how about we come back at 7:39? So we'll take a quick break.
Thank
Stretch
you.
our legs, and we'll come up. All right, thank
I was
you.
about to say, I should have brought chocolate for the break.
What's that? Trying.
That dessert.
Great. My daughter found housing. She's still haven't found it yet. Oh, it's fine. Oh, I love it. I'll blast them up here. I put them on Facebook.
Woo, all right.
They cleared everything out there.
Did they really?
They got them out, yep.
Okay. All right, how are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're back on? All right.
Well, we're here.
We are waiting on
Except for
2 of
two.
our board members, Mr. McManus and Ms. Craybill.
Where is Hugh?
I thought I
Hope
saw
nobody
them.
walked out
I'm
front.
sorry. Oh, okay. No, we've got Ms.
Jack.
Craybill.
Of course you did.
All right, thank you all for indulging that break. Just another reminder, if you are here in the room, please make sure to keep your mask above your nose and below your chin. And please show respect to your fellow board meeting participants throughout the rest of this evening. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda are consensus items. Let's go ahead and do I hear a motion to approve the consensus items as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All right. We'll wait for Mr. McManus to join us at the dais. All right. All those in favor of approving the consensus items as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Consensus items are approved. Next item on the agenda, old business. Our first item is the New Hanover County Schools Strategic Update, and I believe that we have Miss Nancy Hunter Parks and Dr. Pamela Palmer waiting online for Zoom for us. Is that correct?
Yes, we're here.
Yes, we're here.
Hello, ladies. Very nice to see
Hi.
you.
Great, you all. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for being here at this late time of the evening. All right, I will pass it over to you. I'm not sure who is going to lead your presentation, but it is your turn.
Thank you. I'm going to start, and then Pamela will conclude. And so what we wanted to do is just very quickly give you an update on where we are with our strategic planning timeline. We're excited to be working on this with you, excited to hear the excitement of those we've spoken to so far. I just want to quickly remind you the phases of the process. Next slide, please. So we have 5 phases. We're in the first one now, the assessment piece, which is the longest part of the planning stage. And then we'll later have an analysis of that data and development of your measure goals, followed by strategy building, and then presentation and re-engagement of all parties, and finally implementing the plan. Next slide. So we're in our phase 1 right now, and we have had the privilege of speaking with board members and senior staff leaders in interviews, and we've also been excited to get to know and work with your new communications team. We're very pleased by their communications plan and all their assistance, and we have been working closely together with them. So we have been able, with their assistance, to gather a lot of secondary data that we were looking for, and so that process is complete as well. And also working with them, we've implemented a plan to distribute surveys and follow up with key constituencies and external stakeholders, and we are working very intentionally with them to be sure that we braid our data collection process into your internal and external communications plan and outreach. We're excited about doing that, and we feel like, based on with our work with the team, that we can get this done by October and complete our assessment. We've done a bit of a reset. As you recall, we began in the spring and had a change in communications leadership, and so we have done a bit of a reset, but we are now targeting to be complete with data gathering of all data and have it analyzed in October. And so I'll let Pamela talk you through what will happen after that.
So once we have all of the data compiled and analyzed, and that is the feedback data and information from the key stakeholder groups, we will then share that in a board retreat type space, and that will include the New Hanover County School System Administration and also the school board. The next slide, please. We're anticipating that will take place in November. Now, of course, that is contingent on our getting all of our feedback data and information in as scheduled. And we would ask that both the school board and the leadership staff begin thinking about what that date might be in terms of scheduling. And of course, we'll circle back around and talk about that, but that is the anticipated month for that. And of course, Nancy and I will be facilitating that and kind of unveiling or sharing the results and findings of the feedback from the key stakeholder groups. Next slide. Then what the plan is that we'll take that information and we will continue to build out the plan as the school board has indicated and shared in the existing plan. There are goals and strategies and key elements that are highlighted there and formatted in a way that is, I would just say, kind of reader friendly for individuals who are going to be reviewing and utilizing the plan. And we anticipate doing that with this plan as well. Of course, we will be able to craft our goals and craft what metrics we're going to be utilizing to kind of monitor and track progress. And so our hope is that once we're finished with the retreat, that then we can go into building out the plan, and that would happen in November and December. Next slide. Of course, we would be presenting a draft of the plan to be reviewed for key entities to give us their feedback. We'll make those changes and edits. And then if you would go to the next slide, then we would be seeking approval on the final strategic plan. And again, hopefully all goes well with the scheduling. We'll be able to do that in December. And then, of course, we will move forward to the New Hanover County Schools implementing that plan. And then, of course, as needed upon request, we would be open to follow up with visits and consultation and the like. Next slide. That concludes our presentation. Nancy, I don't know if you have another comment or two to make here at the end. And then if not, then we'll turn it back over to our school board chair.
No further comment here. We'd be happy to take any questions that you have. The only other thing I would say is I'm excited, and I think Pamela is as well, by the excitement we've heard toward getting this plan done and in place. And so we are working diligently toward that. Thank you, and we will turn it back over to you if you would like to share comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Nancy and Pamela. Any questions from the board? Comments?
I'm just looking forward to it. I'm excited.
Yeah, thank you for the work.
Yeah, excited.
Yeah.
Thank you for the work, and we're definitely looking forward to the retreat and rolling this out hopefully in January of 2022. It's been an interesting ride, and we thank you for your flexibility as communication changes have happened in your time with us. So we appreciate that adaptability and flexibility.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, have a great evening. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, you too.
All right, next item on the agenda is policy 2660, or sorry, amendment to policy 2660, and I will turn this over to Mr. Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year, the Board of Education fulfills its obligation to place a member of the community onto the Cape Fear Community College Board of Trustees, and every year we seem to do it a little bit differently. And before the last appointment gets too far away from us, Ms. Craybill thought it'd be a good idea, and I agreed to look at that policy and offer some clarifying language. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Craybill, and just so everybody's aware, I recuse myself from those appointments and plan on doing so moving forward. So Ms. Craybill, please.
Yeah, I just brought this up as, obviously looking through all the board committees, but because we struggled just a little bit at our meeting that you weren't at on our voting policy, that's why I thought we should bring it up so that we could be clear on how we wanted to vote on this appointment so that we didn't have to go through the same conversation at the beginning of every meeting. We did come up with the ranking system last time, because that's just what Mr. Wildeboer brought that up, and that was a good teacher move using the rubric, format. But I like this one better, just written ballot, where we just pick our person, and then whoever gets the most, is nominated. So that's what my thoughts were on that. So thank you for bringing that forward.
So the amendment to this policy is to give the option of using a written ballot as provided in policy 2342. Okay. All right. So is the motion to approve the amendment?
Well,
yes, Madam Chair.
Don't we have discuss?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
We have to make a did we make the motion?
We haven't made a motion yet.
Oh, okay. I thought we had.
Is there a motion to approve this amendment?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. And Ms. Justice, comments?
Right. The ranking system worked great, although we do need to vote at the end. I mean, all we have to do is take whoever we rank, and that was a very good idea.
Thank you.
And I've sat through a couple of these, and originally, the first time we did it, we had ranked. And especially when you get a number of people that are applying, just, it may not work the other way very well. This is more accurate. And so all you would have to do is after we've decided with the ranking system, is then just vote on it.
Right.
That would fulfill the legal obligation, which I think was the reason that we have to change it.
Yes, Mr. McManus.
I agree. I think we should vote on it.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, after we rank them. I just have a question. Why did we choose this? Why did you decide to put this method in? Because it was one of the ones that we had choices for, or did you not like the way we did it last time?
No, I wasn't happy with the ranking after the end, because it just, I voted for my person, but it worked. So, but when we got some advice from either Deborah or Colin that the ranking system is not one that is preferred, that an actual picking of a person is more preferred than ranking. So,
but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because what we did was we had 5 applicants and we ranked them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then Ms. Bowie added up all the numbers. And whoever got the lowest number, was selected.
Did you then subsequently vote to appoint that person?
We didn't do that.
We did, I think.
Did we? I don't know that we did, but
And that's the
we'd have to
mistake.
go back and look. I'll look at the
That
minutes
was the
real quick.
mistake.
Yes, Ms. Justice?
Well, I think, okay. I'm not quite sure. The mistake was in us not voting, not in the ranking system. The ranking system was just more accurate because it covered more areas, and you had a better opportunity to decide the best person, just saying, I like this person or that person, because there were different areas to look at. So we can do both. We can rank them and still vote at the end. I mean, wouldn't that be legal?
That would be fine,
Okay.
if the board wanted to do that way.
Which is in line with how this policy has been amended.
I mean, is it technically
It's a written ballot.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Spoke out of turn.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Walker.
I mean, it technically says using a written ballot. I mean, was that not, we signed it, so is that not written as well?
Those were included in the minutes, so
Yeah.
yes, we were
So, I mean,
within
technically, That's
legal.
still written ballot.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Yes, Mr. McManus?
The problem with ranking is if you get 2 or 3 board members who lowball one person or 2 people, I think voting is the fairest way to do it, open voting, no ranking.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair, Attorney Shive, am I allowed to vote on a policy where I plan to recuse myself? It does have other components to it, but just your thoughts.
I was having trouble understanding you towards the end there.
Apologies, am I allowed to vote on a policy that I plan to recuse myself from this process? So am I allowed to vote on this policy moving forward?
What is the nature of your recusal?
I'm employed by the community college.
You're not required to recuse yourself from the vote on this policy.
Okay.
So that's up to you.
All right, there is a first and a second to amend the board appointments, amendment to policy 2660 as listed.
Apologize.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
feel like that we're not really clear still because
I'm confused.
I said using a written ballot is what we pretty much did, but it doesn't fix the ranking issue I think other board members have. I don't think that's clear in this because I feel like what we did was a ballot, a written ballot.
Yes, because what I was suggesting with this edit was that our written ballot was Stephanie Craybill picks candidate A, and Stephanie Walker picks candidate A. Stephanie Adams picks candidate B. And everybody writes on a written ballot who they want to pick as the winner, or as the appointee.
I thought we pretty much did that with our ranking. Right.
Well, voting by written ballot,
I
sorry.
would like to amend
Yes.
the policy as Ms. Craybill had suggested, to add, after we have ranked the candidates, and the candidate with the lowest score would be the one we would vote for.
Using a written ballot as provided in policy 2342 voting methods after board members have submitted ranked candidates.
I would like to amend it to that.
Okay, so the motion is using a written ballot as provided in policy 2342 voting methods after board members have ranked candidates
Yes.
is the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All right, yes.
So if you remember, when we looked at the rankings, there were two people tied, each had 3 number 1 choices. But because we ranked where they were with other people's votes, those top 2 people were not considered. So my point was, shouldn't the person with the most number 1 votes get the appointment? Not the person that got the most number 1s plus the most number 2s plus the most number 3s. So if we rank, then we're really not getting the choice of picking number 1, because 2 of our candidates both got 3 number 1s.
I'm going to disagree with that simply because it's a board decision. And so by ranking, I think you get a more rational choice and equitable choice across the board. Is there any other discussion for the motion to amend, Mr. Wildebohr?
I was thinking, if we think back, I think it was an even number, but maybe we could say after we rank them, then we go ahead and submit the top number. And then if we have to go back, then I think it goes back to the discussion.
Right, okay.
Not
All right,
necessarily
so
ranking.
there's a motion and a second to amend to include language around ranking. All those in favor, let's actually go down just in case, because I'm not sure if this is going to be a consensus. If we can do roll call vote, please, Ms. Bowie?
Before we go
This
to-
is for the amendment.
Read the amendment to us
state
again.
that for me,
The
please?
amendment is to add to the amendment of using a written ballot as provided in policy 2342 voting methods after board members have ranked candidates. So it's ranking followed by a written ballot.
Are we submitting that ranking, I guess is the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
All right. Amendment carries with a vote of 4-3. So the amendment is now being brought forth to the board for this policy, using a written ballot as provided in policy 2342 voting methods, once board members have ranked all candidates. We have a first and a second? No, we don't. Actually, do we have a motion with the amended policy?
Right.
Yes? Is there a motion?
Oh, don't you,
To
since it's
approve-
amended, can't we just leave it, now we have to vote?
Now we have to vote for the actual approval of the policy with the amendment.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
Would you read that again?
This is to approve the policy as it's written with the addition of the amendment.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion?
But reread the addition, because you added something to the red words.
Using a written ballot as provided in policy 2342 voting methods after board members have ranked candidates and ranked and submitted candidates. Okay. All right, is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Don't we just vote?
We have to vote for it as the amended policy.
Right, but why are you approving? Oh, what? Aren't we supposed to individually vote now? We don't have to have a motion again, because we've modified the motion, so we're
Right.
voting on the modified
We voted on the
motion.
amendment, now we have to vote on the policy as it's now presented with the amendment.
Right,
So
so-
we have a first, and do we have a second?
We don't have to first and second anything now, do we?
Do we?
Yes,
Yes.
we have to vote.
Yes.
Second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walker. For a second, any other discussion? Let's go ahead, and Ms. Bowie, if you could call the roll for this vote.
Ms. Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Bollier.
Aye.
Ms. Justice.
Aye.
Ms. Craybill.
No.
Mr. McManus.
No.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
No.
All right, policy 2660 is approved as amended. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda are policies for second reading, and this goes to our board vice chair and policy committee chair, Mr. Bollier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We reviewed these policies on the policy committee meeting July 13th. They are in the Student Support Services 6,000 area, and I have not received comment or question from board members about the policies that are now on for second reading. Does anybody wish to discuss any of the specific policies listed?
I move we accept them.
All right, second.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my fellow committee members for working through these so diligently.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor to approve the policies as listed, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, policies for second reading are all approved. Again, Mr. Bollier.
Thank you, Madam
Policy
Chair.
5120.
Yes, policy 5120 has come before this board several times, I think first in July, and we've taken it back and revisited it, and I think that we have come up with some satisfactory language that I would like the board to consider. I hope you all have had a chance to look at the red additions to the policy, and I'm open for a discussion on whether or not they in fact meet with the board's approval.
Are we doing discussion first?
You can if you've got comments.
Yeah, I know I was a part of the policy committee meeting, and we had a subsequent amendment to the MOU, which I thought was a good step in the right direction. And, you know, obviously I've been away for a little bit, and I'm reading the policy. I've had, you know, community members come to us with other issues that perhaps we should probably discuss, which, you know, speaks to the piece on here about contacting parents. It says in here, the wording talks about how, you know, they'll make an effort, and I feel like we need to probably tighten that up in the policy. Whether we have a procedure put in here in words, I think would probably be better. Only because I feel like, you know, this is our policy, and, you know, the MOU is fine, but like as we're responsible for policy here, and I feel like we should be as clear as we can in the language. That was one of the things, if anybody wanted to add to that, that piece of it was, I know Mr. McManus came to the policy committee meeting too, and he talked about the importance of parents being contacted.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we can put additional language in there. I mean, I can suggest so. Yeah, certainly. Mm-hmm.
In the absence, as I said at a previous meeting, in the absence of a parent, the principal is responsible as the parent of that child. I think that's in loco parentis.
Mm-hmm.
Been around for 100 years. I agree that they must be contacted.
Mm-hmm.
It's not tried. If we're going to interrogate a child, the parents need to be contacted. If that delays it a day, now if it's life and death, that's another whole decision. Law enforcement can make that. But I think
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I weigh in? So if I believe staff assisted with revision of the policy, and this language is directly from the MOU, is that correct? So I wouldn't want us to have something that's in the policy that contradicts the MOU, since that's a document that we've entered into with the Sheriff's Department. And I'd also just want to note that while both the MOU and the policy say that parents will be notified, the principal designee shall make an effort to notify the parent unless requested not to do so by law enforcement. That's law enforcement's call. And if in certain circumstances, which are limited in nature, law enforcement was to make that determination and go about doing what they're deciding to do as law enforcement, then that again is within law enforcement's purview and not ours as the school system. Law enforcement would be able to do that take that same action if they were addressing a student on the street or anywhere else. It's up to them to decide legally whether or not, and it would be constitutional for that child to be questioned without the parent being notified first. But again, that's law enforcement's determination.
Thank you. Ms. Justice.
I think if you're going to do that, you need something specific, like in the event of a possible life-threatening situation. Put that in there. But otherwise, as Ms. Walker said, this is our policy. We are dictating what's going on. I've been in Mr. McManus's position, parent in loco, and we have to let the parents know. I mean, even if you're worried about lawsuits one way or the other, it can go the other way too. The parents can come back at us and sue us, if you're worried about. There's a lot of different ways you can look at this, but this is our policy. Parents should know that their children be present, being questioned. And if there's a problem with the MOU, right? Then and I brought this up, I think, during the last meeting, then we need to look at that, because ultimately, we are the ones in charge, not the Sheriff's Department. And I'm bringing up what happened last week. There was an awful lot of questions about that and our role. We are the ones that people ultimately look at as being responsible. So we need to take the responsibility on ourselves, not law enforcement, but us.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, this policy has been brought to you all by our staff through the North Carolina School Boards Association, our best experts in terms of these issues. Mr. Corbin and Judge Corbin came here and spoke with us. I really don't know what else we can do with this policy. There seems to be a desire to make it more clear. And no language is offered, no specific language is offered, except the revisions that our staff continues to make to try to satisfy us. At some point, don't we have to just vote, and you can vote yes or no? The point of the policy committee isn't to get to a unanimous vote, it's to get to a majority board position. So I'm satisfied with it. I've brought it forward several times, and I would like to vote on it. But
Ms. Justice?
We have asked for the added language, and we told you a parent has to be notified. That's the language. We said it repeatedly. And also, like this issue about if there's some kind of, I think I did bring it up last meeting, if there is some kind of problem with maybe a life-threatening situation, then put in there, law enforcement does not have to in the case of a life-threatening situation. That's all you have to say. Otherwise, those are the two things you can put in there, and it's on us. All this recommendation from all these outside institutions, this is our school, these are our kids. And as a retired administrator, I know how important it is that these parents be involved and know what's going on before law enforcement has any discussion with them.
Ms. Craybill?
So when we have an incident that requires law enforcement intervention, then, or an incident such as we had on Monday, law enforcement becomes the incident commander. And if they find it necessary to question a student, they are the incident commander. So that to me takes precedence. So I don't see a problem with law enforcement finding it necessary, because I don't think that our SROs are in the business of interrogating students just because they want to. I think our law enforcement people, employees, interrogate students because they find it necessary. So I understand, I'm a parent. If my kid was there, I would want to be notified. I'm sure that our principals, as part of our policy, is they are making notifications, but time might be of the essence in questioning a student. So do we want to put down every possible thing? Like when law enforcement officials find it necessary because someone's going to die, is that what you want us to write in there?
I just said life or death situation, like last week. That's a different matter.
All right, let's get comments from Mr. McManus and Ms. Walker.
It's as simply as can be said. Well, first, I'm the biggest supporter of SROs in the world. I think we need them. They're the best thing that's ever happened. You can't run a high school particularly without them. To your statement, the law enforcement always has the right to force the interrogation if it's in life or danger or something that's really suspect. But I think it needs to say the parent will be contacted. If they deem it necessary, then I trust their decision to do that. But I don't like, we'll try.
Ms. Walker?
And I'm the only one up here who sat in that chair for a long time.
Well, and I agree that it's not about how long it takes. It's not about who we've consulted. It's about getting it right, because in the end, we're the ones that are voting on it. And it is our policy. And I agree with Mr. McManus in regard to SROs. I don't think it's not a conversation about whether we like or dislike SROs. This is about the policies that we write and that we approve. And I just think we have to be as careful as we can with the wording, especially on a policy like this.
I have a point of clarification, Mr. Shive. You mentioned that the way that this is written right now is in line with the MOU as it's currently written, correct?
That's right.
So if the language were to change here, what comes first? Because we did approve the MOU before.
Correct, and we entered into the MOU with the Sheriff's Department. There is some additional language in the MOU that might be helpful that we could choose to include in the policy as well. The MOU also states that the SRO and the principal, and this is under the heading of investigations and arrest, and this is talking about criminal investigations. It says that the SRO and principal shall promptly notify the parent or guardian of any student suspected of criminal wrongdoing whenever an SRO conducts a custodial interrogation per North Carolina General Statute 7B 2101.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would like to make an amended motion to add that exact language into this policy.
I second.
All right, thank you. There's a first and a second. Any other discussion? Can you repeat the amended motion? Is it to
To add the
to add all of
language
that?
stated by the attorney.
The MOU. So the motion is to add the amended language to to policy 5120 as stated in the MOU with the New Hanover County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
Verbatim.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right.
So
right.
can we ask, Nelson, where do you want it inserted? So, Mr. Shive, do you have recommendations on where you want it inserted so that we're all clear?
I think after the last amended sentence.
I think maybe right before the last sentence.
That's
been
fine.
added.
That would be fine.
All right, so add the additional amended language directly from the MOU with New Hanover County Sheriff's Department in front of law enforcement actions,
Right.
correct?
Could you read that aloud
Yeah, read it aloud.
as written?
The language from the MOU again, or the full
The language
edition?
is we would place it now in our policy as opposed to what previously had been used.
Okay, so the full edition now will be, when law enforcement officials find it necessary to question students on campus or take them into custody, the principal or designee shall make an effort to notify the parent or guardian of the student unless requested not to do so by a law enforcement official. If a student is taken into custody of the law enforcement officials, the superintendent's office must be notified. The SRO and the principal shall promptly notify the parents or guardians of any student suspected of criminal wrongdoing whenever an SRO conducts a custodial interrogation per North Carolina General Statute 7B 2101. Law enforcement actions and safety interventions within the school setting are outlined in the memorandum of understanding in place between the district and law enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Shive. There is a first and a second. All those in favor of the amendment to policy 51, to the addition of the amendment to 5120, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, amendment for policy 5120 passes 7-0. Now the motion. Yes, Ms. Justice.
I'm still not clear. Are we taking the language out that we previously were objecting to and just inserting that instead? Does it sound like you had both in there?
I added language in to what was previously put forward, but I didn't take anything out from what was suggested.
Well, why would we leave something in that we're no longer following?
Well, you just voted for it, so let's.
I didn't, no, I had my hand up. I had my hand up.
So the addition went into where Mr. Shive placed it right before the law enforcement actions. It's additional language. Yes, ma'am.
It does look a little, because it does say two different things in here. We did not strike that language out.
Right,
It
it's
says we'll
confusing.
try, but we did put in language that says we will. So that's where the
Contradictory.
confusion is, I think, with the vote. Because, it does say two things.
Do you feel that that is legally binding, Mr. Shive? Or is that? Is it appropriate?
Yeah. Is Ms. Justice saying that she had not voted? Did you have not voted
I
yet?
did not vote. I raised my hand to try to figure out what was going on because I was confused. Because that is contradictory. If you're going to add something else in there, then remove the part that disagrees with, what our objective is.
I know that this has been studied multiple times. We are doing this on the fly. I don't know if it makes sense to take it back one more time.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's do it. Let's just keep going back and forth.
I'm not saying we have to. I just,
Ms. Craven.
According to our Roberts Rules training, we can rescind this vote as long as we do it tonight and do it again if we need to.
Okay, would you like to make that motion?
it would be a motion to reconsider, and it would need to be
I
made.
make a motion to reconsider the language that we just voted on.
There's a second. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion?
Yeah, I guess we need to discuss it.
I would like somebody to read the motion, everybody listen, and then be ready to vote.
What? Well,
This evening or at another time?
Yeah,
No,
so
just, we need to do it tonight, because this is happening in real time. And this is the last time we can bring this up, because we are only allowed to bring things up 2 times. And this is like the 3rd time, if we really are following Robert's rules.
Yes, Ms. Justice.
okay. It can be looked at again by the whole policy committee, which is what could happen, or we could right now strike that previous language that contradicts the second part we just added. Is that what, I'm trying to clarify what we're trying to do right here.
My
Because believe it or
motion-
not, we are getting confused.
My motion was to rescind the vote that we just had.
Okay?
There was a second. All right. All those in favor of rescinding the last vote, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay. Vote is approved to be rescinded. And then what are we replacing it with? Help me understand. Ms. Justice.
I move that we remove the section, I don't have it right in front of me, that requires, to remove the section that requires, or allows principals not to contact the parents if they can't, and go ahead and keep in the part that we just added that follows the part out of the MOA that goes along with what we feel is more appropriate.
So you want to change the language to the principal or designee will notify the parent or guardian of the student, correct?
I apologize. I think I'm trying to put language together. Let me have a new proposal. So this would be the beginning of the new language, so it would start immediately after the first sentence under section D that ends with minimizes disruptions to the educational environment. The new language would state, The SRO and the principal shall promptly notify the parents or guardian of any student suspected of criminal wrongdoing whenever an SRO conducts a custodial interrogation per North Carolina General Statute 7B2101. SROs and school administrators shall collaborate and determine how such notice should be given in each individual circumstance. If the student is taken into custody, the law enforcement officials, the superintendent's office must be notified. Law enforcement actions and safety interventions within the school setting are outlined in the memorandum of understanding in place between the district and law enforcement.
So we are removing when law enforcement officials find it necessary to question students on campus or take them into custody, the principal or designee shall make an effort to notify the parent or guardian of the student unless requested not to do so by the law enforcement official, and replacing it with the first part that you just shared directly from the MOU.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion for that?
Yeah.
Yes?
I just
All
made
right.
that motion.
All right.
But thank you for.
Ms. Justice is making a motion.
Second.
All right, thank you. So it's to remove the first sentence, first amended sentence in Part D, with being addition of what's coming directly out of the MOU. Any other discussion? My goodness, I hope not, because I'm getting confused. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, so that is the amendment. Do we need to vote again then? That was to
Yes. Did we
to
have an
approve
original?
5120 fully now, as it has been amended.
Yeah.
All right, is there a motion to approve policy 5120 as amended?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Policy is amended and approved. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, COVID-19 update, and I believe we are welcoming Ms. Julie Varnum to the microphone, or sorry, just kidding, Mr. Josh Smith.
Good evening again. I'll take just a moment to talk through our COVID numbers and dashboard updating protocol. We have a single slide here representing current COVID numbers from across some of the largest districts in the state of North Carolina. The light blue line represents current cases and the dark blue represents quarantines. A key point to highlight is that we currently have 257 school exposure quarantines compared to reporting from Wake at 2,146, Cumberland and Johnston with just over 1,000 respectively, and Union County has 5,410. Additionally, last week, as you know, we reinstated the NHCS COVID dashboard. I'd like to take the opportunity to state for the record that to reduce redundancy and utilize the authoritative source, we'll rely on the Public Health Department database to report school cases on that dashboard. We'll update the dashboard every Friday, and the information is representative of both students and staff. The data is not entered in real time, but is verified by school nurses and other health department officials before releasing to us at NHCS. Therefore, weekly totals may not be reflected by each Friday and may be added to the next week's subtotals. So with that, I'll love to take your questions and also welcome Ms. Julie Varnum to the podium.
Questions? Ms. Justice?
Yes, and I think we are all privy to this because we all get the emails. There was some confusion about how accurate the dash, and I know it was the first week back. We're trying to get staff in place, but there did sound like there was a discrepancy about what was going on in the individual schools and what was being reported on the dashboard. Would you acknowledge that was probably the case? Just asking. Okay, so do you think that, go ahead.
Well, I'll just clarify that as the health department provides us the data, they're providing it as a single snapshot at one point in time, but all of the data from the past 48 to 72 hours is not reflected yet.
Mhm.
Some of it is. So what we're seeing is that the school nurses are entering the data into the spreadsheet
Mhm.
directly for their supervisors, who then share it with us once it's been verified. And some school nurses that might have fewer cases or have an opportunity to log in, their cases may be up to date. Some schools may be a couple of days to 3 days behind in the log, but it's not because those data sources aren't there. It's that it might not be live. So it's not real-time data. So you can't say, well, as of Thursday, this is exactly how many cases.
Right.
Because they are in a log, they're just not on the spreadsheet that's been released to us necessarily.
Okay, so if it's reported on Friday and there's still not all the data in, how can we know that that's going to be, can we correct it by Monday? I mean, we need to have accurate information so that people, when they look at that, they don't say, well, that's not true. And then that causes distrust, and here we go again. We're the ones responsible for that. And so how do we make this more in real time that's useful for the parent? Because I'm a grandparent, but my grandkids live with me, and I look at this all the time. How can we make it more up to date and useful? Is Friday necessarily the best date? Maybe Monday or something like that. I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to speak for the health department on how much staff it might need for them to do this on a daily basis, or even have a single time in a week where it's all accurate and caught up. I think it's the fact that the logs have got to get caught up, and that does take the time. So while some schools, like I said, are going to have the exact number, others might be a couple of days behind before they log in. So it does come back in the next week. So that's why we were sharing that those data points would be added into the next week's totals. So this is why when when Carla Turner, our assistant health director, was talking to us back probably about a year ago, was saying that the 2-week time frame is much more accurate to look at than a single snapshot in time that might not be real time.
And just to reiterate, Ms. Farnham, if a child is exposed, those communication protocols are happening in real time.
Those are happening in real time, which is why it takes a little more time to put them into the spreadsheet.
So if parents are concerned about the COVID cases that may be in their building, if their child has been exposed, they are going to find that out immediately.
Right. Okay. Right. Those contacts are immediate. The logging into the spreadsheet is what takes what honestly gets put on the second part of the to-do list.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam
very
Chair?
much. Yes, Mr. Bullier.
Ms. Farnham, thank you. Just a hypothetical, because I think this could be where some of that miscommunication comes in. Any person could say at any time, yeah, my child had to quarantine. We don't know if they had to quarantine at school. And somebody hears, wait a minute, there was a quarantine, and I know that child went to Williston, or I know that child went to Gregory, or whatever. That information is not calculated by the health department. It's not logged with the school system. It's just somebody talking to somebody else saying, I am quarantining, and we're not picking that up as a quarantine. That's correct?
Correct. The quarantines that are listed on the spreadsheet are only marked in that way because they have been through contact tracing.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Could you just do a brief recap of what requires a quarantine? Because we required masks so that our kids could stay in school and not have to quarantine if somebody in their classroom got COVID. So could you please just talk us through that again?
Yes. So the quarantines that we're seeing are most often happening from, if they're happening within the school setting, the majority we're seeing are not in the school setting. If they're happening in the school setting, they are likely happening during lunch, and we're problem solving those situations anytime we can, but at full capacity, that's sometimes a little difficult. But again, the majority of our quarantines are not happening from school exposure.
Okay. Yeah, but it's not really that they're going to get it in school. It's the exposure at school. Like we're sitting here, we're in a classroom, and Dr. Faust gets COVID. If I've had my mask on the whole entire time, every time I'm near him, I should not have to wear a mask, correct? I mean, I should not have to quarantine.
As long as you're asymptomatic.
Okay.
Yes, Ms.
So my
Walker.
question is just a follow-up to what happens when children do go into quarantine. I think if you wouldn't mind just telling us what happens, do they get work sent home to them? Can you hear okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know, stupid mask.
Is there some way we can, that end, I can't hear you guys when you talk down.
I don't know why. Maybe I need to lean in more. Okay. So could you just go over what is the protocol for a child that is quarantined if they're out for 10 days, or is it 10 days to 2 weeks? Do they have work sent home? I mean, and if not, how do we correct that? Because I mean, I think we've got messages that some kids aren't getting the work, or no one's getting contacted for them. So I guess just let us know what the procedure is, if you don't mind.
So definitely, when a student is quarantined, our expectation is that work is being provided for them, and then they have contacts or touch points so that they can make sure that they're not falling behind in their work. The time frame for quarantines is different. There can be a time frame that's lessened if there's a negative test or if the child is symptomatic. There are lots of different scenarios, probably like 7 to 10 different scenarios. But if a child is asymptomatic and then they have a negative test, or if they were symptomatic and have an alternate diagnosis, that a lot of those situations can reduce the timeline. But the expectation is to provide work.
And if they're not getting a contact or work, I mean, who do they contact?
They need to contact the child's school.
Okay.
And reach out to start with the teacher, work through that chain, work through the principal. But certainly, folks can let us know if they're not getting that contact.
So you just listed there are probably 7 different scenarios. Is there listed anywhere that maybe we could?
They're in the toolkit.
Starting on page 14 of the North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit. I've been sending it to parents, starting on page 14.
Very good. It's a big red chart.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
And on every school's website, it talks about the procedures for makeup work due to quarantine.
All right. That's good. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, next item on the agenda, this is new, but we will be seeing it monthly. This is the state-required vote regarding masks in schools per Senate Bill 654, Section X. For the 2021-22 school year, each public school unit shall adopt a face covering policy, and local school board shall vote at least once per month on whether the policy should be modified. This passed, I believe, last week, and so this will be a vote that we will be taking each month. So I would like to make a motion that we continue with masks for the month of September.
Second.
Yes, Mr. McManus.
Could I bring
Yes.
discussion up?
Please.
And actually, one of the other board members brought this to my attention. When they opened up their mask, it actually had a warning in it. It says, please understand that our face masks are not a replacement for medical grade personal protective equipment. In circumstances where medical grade personal protective equipment is recommended, the mask should not be used. These are masks that the students are using every day in the schools. My concern is that if we're going to do it, we should do it right, and I think the N95 mask is the only one that is really truly effective. So I think if we're going to do it, we shouldn't put them in there with masks that are not as effective.
First off, so are you asking for Dr. Faust to do research regarding what it would take to get N95s for all of our students?
I think that'd be great.
Can we look into the research for that, Dr. Faust?
I can.
Okay. And the financial
I will have,
implications
yes,
of that?
I'm looking at Eddie and Mary Hazel. And,
all right.
'Cause
yes, and Ms. Justice.
Okay, first of all, I guess, and that's okay, because I think everybody's really aware what's going on in our county and across the country. In fact, I had asked for the health department to come in with statistics, which would have helped, but I think that's not an issue at this point, because we're all aware what's going on. My concern with the M95s, having worn both, and have kids in my life, the kids are adjusting very well to these masks, much more so than a lot of the adults will admit to. And part of it is because they are flexible and lightweight, and they do offer a certain amount of protection, not that much, but the thing is, if the child's infected, then they won't infect other people. That's the main thing with the cloth mask. So the idea of the M95s is not just the money involved, it's the practicality of having children, because that would irritate their little faces, seriously. I mean, I got them at home, the children, that is. So, I mean, Dr. Faust can definitely do that. I'm just pointing out the practicality of children wearing an M95 all day, and that would cause issues, whereas people would complain then and might have more valid concern about them not wearing. I just want to bring that up.
Ms. Walker.
Yeah, I would like to point out too that, since we started to have to wear masks in the very beginning, I was part of a group that did sew masks, and the CDC did discuss the fact that cotton masks are a pretty good protector. Also, that the N95 masks are supposed to be reserved for our nurses and our doctors. They do make N95 masks. I think you've worn them before. I think Mr. McManus is wearing one right now, and they're not exactly N95s, but I just feel like anything that covers the face, especially cloth masks, are going to be pretty good for protection.
So
Madam Chair.
we will, one second, Mr. Bullier, coming right back to you. So what we'll do, Mr. Wildeboer, we'll ask that Dr. Faust can bring back some information on N95s and KN95s for the interim meeting. Is that possible? Or
we will have as soon as possible.
okay, even better. To share that information and we can discuss. Mr. Bullier.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. I agree. I think this should be explored. I think the number one thing is keeping our kids in school. Since we have to do this every month, though, I really hope that we take some time to do it right. I think the divisiveness on this issue is evident, and I think it's a mistake to just dismiss people who have legitimate concerns about how their children are learning in these. It's not as simple as we might want to believe for some of our kids, and I think it's right that we talk about that and acknowledge that for a second. Just because somebody is saying, hey, I really think my kid would be better without the mask, not a bad person, they still believe in science. There are real issues to consider. So I'd like to come up with a way to sort of find a metric that we can use, something that shows, hey, we're moving forward. I don't know if that's with the collaborative, but I'd like to make sure that we're always being guided by the science and making sure that, yeah, there is an efficacy to these masks, that we're not just putting them on to make sure we feel better, that they are actually working and that they're doing their job. So.
I agree.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Craybill first. Let's just go down the line. Ms. Craybill, Mr. McManus, and Ms. Justice.
I just wanted to make a suggestion as you're looking for the cost of an N95. I have been in several businesses with my safety inspections and been on airlines, and a lot of companies around the country are picking whatever they deem as appropriate. Like there's a lot of places that won't let you wear gaiters, a lot of places that won't let you wear cloth. You have to have the disposable. So that would be something that I would think that we as a company might want to look at rather than going, and a lot of them too won't even let you wear the masks that have filters on them. So or vents. So there, I think what we need to, in addition to looking at the cost of N95s or KN95s, we need to look at what we see as appropriate for our students, like the options, so that families and children have options to go on their face on what their comfort level is, since they have to wear it all day long. So that was just from the safety perspective.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
We don't own the mask mandate as a single group anymore. The New Hanover County mandates that any public.
Oh. I know, but this is a state law that we have to do this every
Well,
month.
but for the point made,
Yeah.
mandate from the county, in a public place, you have to wear a mask.
Ms. Justice?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Craybill. I think that's going on right now in a sense, because parents pick out what their kids want on their faces and they come to school with them. So I don't think we need to this is my opinion, I don't think we need to deter or pick any one particular kind, because I think they're doing very well. In fact, that works really great with the kids at this point, because they're going to, I mean, they're actually getting into this, as strange as it sounds. And a lot of adults are denying it, but these kids they've gone, in fact, they want to stay safe. These little guys want to stay safe. They want to wear the mask.
All right, Mr. Wildebohr, and then we'll vote.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate where this all started. I think it's really important that if we're going to do it, we do it right. And I think it's very, very important that we keep our students safe.
Mm-hmm.
And if that means paying a couple of dollars per child to get a mask or whatever, a different mask, I mean, whatever. If we're going to do it, we do it right, or we don't do it at all.
All right, thank you very much. All right, there is a motion and a second to continue mask wearing in all New Hanover County Schools facilities for the month of September. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is one-to-one technology plan update. Ms. Tawn Brinson, please, to the microphone. Welcome.
Good evening. We're going to take a few minutes just to kind of give you an update where we are with our one-to-one plan. Oh, I get it? There's only one slide. Go ahead, keep going. Okay. One more. Okay. So when it comes to devices, so we had made the decision, we were looking at the Windows devices as well as the Apple devices. After a lot of looking and searching and seeing what we could make work in the district, we decided we're going to go with the Windows device for grades 3 through 12, and then we're going to do the Apple iPad for grades K through 2. We have put the RFP out. That went out around the 20th of August. The bids were due back in, I believe, today. So I should be hearing from purchasing tomorrow with my team, and we can start evaluating those bid responses to try and identify a device. My hope is that we get a device identified by the end of the month, and then that way we can start placing our orders and start getting devices in. Don't know what the timeline's going to be yet. Once we identify which brand we're going to go with, then we should be able to communicate with the vendor and kind of figure out what is the timeline for getting the devices in. I will remind you, as much as I get reminded, computer chips are hard to come by these days. So hopefully there's some in stock and we'll be able to get devices in a much sooner time frame than we have in the past. Let's see. So then the mounted projection devices, we have created an RFP for those to go out. We're starting with the 2 high schools, New Hanover and Laney. So the RFP has gone out to purchasing so they can put that on the street so that we can start figuring what that's going to cost to get that in the classrooms. It's the paying for the device as well as paying for the installation. So the plan is to do 250 classrooms a year until it's a 7-year rotation. So that's where we are with that. Support. So we had different levels of support. We had our instructional support, digital teaching and learning specialists. We had 4 that we were adding. We've hired all those. The last one actually started today. And we have a lead media coordinator who we have hired. It's an existing person who's employed at Snipes Elementary School. So that position hasn't been filled yet, so we're going to allow her to stay there until their first break, which is at the end of September, and then she'll come on board. But she has been kind of working a little bit, trying to filling both needs and meeting the needs of the media specialist. We then had 7 area technical coordinators as well in the one-to-one plan. They have all been hired. I believe the last one starts this week. So that piece is going. So our support is in place. Last part of the support is the student help desk. We are going to be meeting with the new CTE director to get a plan in place so that way we can start getting that up and going at our high school. So I'm excited about that, and so was she when I spoke to her about it. So that'll be a wonderful thing. Deployment. So we are working on creating the process for what's called imaging these machines to make it much faster than what it's been in the past. In the past, it takes a couple of hours. We want it to take minutes. So we are working through that process. We are reaching out to other school districts who have done it to kind of make sure that we refine that process. So as we're waiting on the devices, we are refining that process to make it much quicker. Our plan is, all goes well, the best case scenario is when the kids come to the library to get their device with their signed sheet, we hand them a box, they open it up, they log into it, and they're good to go. They don't have to wait for anything. It's just a no-touch, quick process. So that's what we're working at. We are also working on processes to kind of tag the devices with labels and stickers so help kids kind of keep up with them, and so we can kind of keep up with who has what device, what cable, and all that, and it's kind of bound together. We've tested that process out at the early colleges because they are one-to-one this year, and it went very well. Granted, the numbers are different, but we should be able to kind of ramp that up to the numbers that we have at the high schools versus what we have at the early colleges. These first 2 schools will be our test beds. We are going to be inventorying the systems in 2 different systems, in Destiny and what's called Incident IQ, which is our work order system. We want to see which is the best tool to use to inventory as far as the devices being out to the students. So we'll be using 2 for this first year to kind of see, and then we'll see which system is the best one, and then we'll move with that one system moving forward. With professional development, we have created the initial training. We had some people come and work this summer and created some training for us. So that has been done. We've created the training on device management, digital citizenship, and the learning management systems. So I had a meeting scheduled with Mr. Sutton for last week. Of course, I've had to postpone that, so I'll be reaching out to him to kind of reschedule that to kind of so we can start scheduling the training. Last thing is the communication. So we are working with communication and outreach department. I've met with them. We are working on getting a website put up. We'd like to have the one-to-one plan up there along with a timeline that we can kind of constantly change as we're having to tweak things, so it's kind of always accurate. So we're trying to figure out what's the best way to show that, as well as want to be able to tell the story of this one-to-one implementation. So we want to be able to add pictures and images and information for parents and stuff to kind of tell the story of how we're implementing that. So we're working with communications to figure out how's the best way of doing that. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Brinson. Anyone have any questions? Ms. Craybill, yes.
So I don't know if this is a part of the one-to-one exactly, but are we at a point now where we're ready to deploy devices to kids who may have to be home long-term or quarantining, that I can like come to my teacher and say, hey, I need a device?
Yes, if the need is there where we're having to, like if there's a cluster or something and we're having to send large groups of kids home and we're needing to do devices for remote learning, yes, we are prepared to do that. We're also prepared for hotspots for them as well.
Ms. Justice.
Yes, at this point, the way things are proceeding, when does it look like it would be complete as far as the one-to-one district-wide?
It's a 5-year plan.
That's what I mean. So is it on target? Is there?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it is definitely on target.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along into new business, policies for first reading. Mr. Bollier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These policies cover the 6,000 series. There's a few left over from 4,000 and 5,000. I have not heard from any board members about any particular policy. I thank Mr. Anderson and his team and our senior staff, as well as my committee members, for the work on these. If there are no questions, these are just for information.
All right. Any questions or comments? To the public that it may be interested in the policies, these will be posted for 30 days, and we'll come back for second reading at the October regular board meeting. All right. Mr. Bollier, you are still up. We are going to move on to Head Start, and I believe Dr. Smith is going to be joining us for this conversation as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year, Head Start is required by federal law to give you some reporting and to ask for several recommendations of approval on different items. You are the governing body. We are the governing body for Head Start, and so these are routine approval recommendations.
Yes, so the first item up for the board's approval is the bylaws composition for the policy council. And again, it is just simply the composition of that group of individuals that drive the policies for the Head Start organization. So we would ask for your approval.
All right, so we'll do this first one. All right, you've heard the recommendation, approval of the Policy Council bylaws for 2021-22. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
To the Stephanies. We'll give it to Ms. Walker, please. And any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Head Start Policy Council bylaws have been approved. Moving along.
So the next item up is the Head Start service plans, and this simply is a written narrative description of the strategies and procedures that are used as a part of the Head Start programming. So we would ask the board's approval.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the Head Start annual service plans, school year 21-22? Thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, annual service plans are approved.
Thank you. The next item up is the Head Start self-assessment improvement plan. So annually, the Head Start program is required to engage in a self-assessment looking at multiple sources, including surveys to measure their progress. And so we would ask the board's approval of this information.
All right, you've heard the recommendation, approval of the self-assessment improvement plan. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. Any discussion? Yes, Ms. Craybill?
So I'm looking in here on the goals, and when it says that dates that things must be done by, I don't know what BOY means.
BOY.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
And then I'm not a huge proponent of having ongoing as dates, so do we need to be more specific if we have a plan that we're holding ourselves to and we're just saying ongoing, we're not having a specific check-in?
So this information is our self-assessment, and we also do submit this to our Head Start governing body, and they do allow that level of flexibility.
Okay, if that's what's allowed, yeah. Are we responsible for making sure that they do this? We, meaning the school district, and so we're comfortable with an ongoing as a goal date?
Yes, yes, we do. Again, this is our self-assessment by which we build out our plans. And so we've been a part of this for 5 years, and this process has worked thus far. I surely can have a conversation with Mr. Bowyer and Ms. Smiles to see if there's a need for revision, if there are, if they've seen any problems. But prior to this, we've not had any questions or concerns in regards to it.
Okay. For the recommendation, there's a first and a second. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, self-assessment improvement plan is approved, 7-0. Next up is the Head Start carryover.
Yes, we're in a unique position this year where we have been given the opportunity to request carryover from grant year 2 to grant year 3, and so we're making that request and request the board's approval of carryover.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bowyer. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor of the Head Start carryover grant year 2, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It is approved. And final item is the annual community report.
Yes, this report is just for the information for the board, and so there's not a prepared presentation, so I'll share with you the narrative, and if you have any questions, I'm sure Mr. Bowyer or myself can answer those for you.
Everybody okay? Sorry, okay. All right, you've heard the recommendation to...
It's for...
oh, sorry, this is the report.
Yes,
sorry,
just for
I'm sorry.
information.
Wait, this is the... I got distracted there for a second. All right, so if there's any questions to talk to Mr. Bowyer?
Please,
All right.
absolutely.
All right, well, in that case, I believe, are you staying up here for...
I am. I'm going to do the introduction
All
for
right.
Dr. Murray.
Well, that's great. Then thank you very much for presenting the Head Start items, Mr. Bowyer and Dr. Smith. We will move right along into information. And our first item is New Hanover County Schools teacher effectiveness data.
Yes, so thank you, and good evening to all of you. And so examining teacher effectiveness is extremely important. It's just one way that we assess the impact of the work that we do with our children. And so as New Hanover County continues its journey to be one of the top 10 performing districts within the state, we need to know and to be certain that we have the most highly effective teachers in our classrooms. And so one way in doing that is to look backwards so that we can look forward. And so this evening we have Dr. Murray, who wanted to make sure she was behind me, who's going to be bringing you a presentation on teacher effectiveness. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Murray.
All right, welcome, Dr. Murray.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Faust, members of the board. It's been a while since we've been able to talk about data, so this is exciting. And to do that, we're actually going to reflect a little bit on student growth and what that means in terms of teacher effectiveness. So as we think about achievement data, we're very familiar with that. We know that achievement measures such as test scores indicate how students are performing on a single measure at a specific point in time. However, growth measures tell us about how groups of students are making progress over time. And that's what we're interested in. How are we doing over the long haul? How are our groups of students responding to teachers' instruction? So to just kind of think about growth, we're going to use a sports analogy, but if you don't prefer sports, you can think of a band or an orchestra or a choir. I'm going to say we have Team A and Team B. Team A is a lower performing team. They're beating about 1/3 of the teams in their league. Team B is higher performing. They're top 25. They're beating 3/4 of the teams. This year, the coaches of those teams have set a goal of improvement. The expectation for both teams is that they will at least perform as well at the end of the season after a year of practice as they were at the beginning of the season. So the results for Team A, after a year of practice, they're still performing as well as 1/3 of the teams that they were compared to. However, Team B is now only beating about half of the teams. So the implications for this are that Team A grew or progressed at about the same rate as the other teams that they were compared to, whereas Team B, while they worked hard all year and they made progress, it was just at a slower rate compared to the teams in its cohort. And this is how we think about growth of students. Students are measured by the end of grade or end of course tests and placed into groups, cohort groups, based on their scores. And in their groups, they're compared to other students at their grade level, others in maybe their subgroups. So we're comparing the same groups of students based on how they perform. We're not comparing students at the low end to the high end. But the goal for all students is to progress academically at least the same rate and hopefully at a higher rate than peers in their grade level cohorts. The expectation for all teachers is to effectively implement the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. So all students are measured at the beginning or the end of the year with the EOG. Each teacher is expected to implement the standard course of study for that grade level and subject, and then at the end of the year, students are measured again, and they're compared to the students who were at the same place at the last time of comparison. So we're looking for growth among student groups. So another way to think about it is we test our students, and in this picture we're mostly online testing now. The expectation is that each teacher implements the standard course of study. Students are again measured at the end of a year of practice based on end of grade test. The difference then becomes how effectively the teacher implemented the standard course of study. So as we're looking at the growth of students, we're then thinking about if the expectation was the same, the standard course of study, the difference then becomes how does it look different and how are children responding in each classroom? And so when we put all the student growth measures together, we then can talk about teacher effectiveness or impact. This is a historical look at the end of grade and end of course teacher effectiveness scores for New Hanover County schools. And the last time that we had this measure was actually in 2018-19. We will get some data for the 2021 school year. It may not be as complete as what we're seeing currently, but we will have some. But what the graphs indicate is that for 3 consecutive years, about 75% of our teachers are having the expected impact on students. And that's really great. But what we would really like to see are those blue areas become larger, because that means teachers are having an above average impact on students. They're accelerating students' growth. And we'd like to see those red areas decrease. The red areas are the percentages of teachers who are not having an average impact on student growth. So in our most recent years of data, this is New Hanover County Schools teacher effectiveness data compared to the state data. And the green areas are about the same. But what we see is at the state level, there's a lower percentage of teachers that did not demonstrate growth or their students did not respond as well to their instruction. And also, the state has a higher percentage of teachers where students were progressing at an above average rate. So again, we'd like to see those blue areas increase and those red areas decrease. When we put all this together, we can then look at our impact on student groups by subject. So when we look at this, you're going to see some numbers, but don't focus on the numbers. There's usually not a data analyst that tells you not to focus on the numbers. But tonight, just focus on the colors. We're looking for blue and green. Blue means above average impact. Green is average impact. Red, we don't want to see much red. It's below average impact. So as we look at our student groups, our teachers are having an above average to average impact, particularly with our Asian and Pacific Islander students. We see strong green and blue in that area, particularly in the area of reading. And I want to point that out because as we go through, we're going to see differences in the area of reading. With our English language learners and our Hispanic students, our teachers are having an average to stronger average impact, and that's great, but we'd love to see some blue here because we know English language learners need to progress at a higher rate to meet those proficiency markers. When we look at our Black students and our economically disadvantaged students, we begin to see some red. And red means we're not having the impact that we would hope. And in both areas, in both subgroups, the area is reading that we're not having a strong impact on. And we know that's important for all students. With our 2 or more races and our white group, we are seeing some varied results. But again, in reading, our teachers are not having the average impact or the impact that we would expect for them to have. And then finally, with our academically gifted students, we see more red in this category than with any other subgroup. And what we know about academically gifted students is they're going to be proficient. They come to us proficient, they're going to perform, they're probably gonna score level 5s, but remember, growth is about comparing students with similar testing histories. So we're comparing AIG students to other AIG students across the state. And what we know is that all students can grow. All students can improve. So what this says is that we need to think about what strategies impact and will cause our AIG students to progress at least the same rate as other AIG students, and maybe even at an increased rate as other AIG students. So in closing, I just want us to think about why should we focus on growth? We know a lot of academic achievement measures are out there. We know school performance grades are out there. What we don't hear a lot about is growth, and growth is what is so very important for all students. So we don't expect perfection, but we do expect improvement. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that, Dr. Murray. Yes, Ms. Walker.
Probably not something that you maybe could answer, but are there other factors that probably affect these scores? You know, I know COVID is something that's affecting a lot now, and we don't have those numbers, but I know we're focusing right now on teachers, but are there other potential factors that are causing the numbers to fluctuate with growth?
There are many factors, and it mainly comes down to the instruction in the classroom. You know, different curricula produce, and the way that the curriculum is implemented, the fidelity with which it's implemented. And it really comes down to teaching the standard course of study. A lot of times teachers do a really great job of teaching what they like. And then sometimes if there are things that are in the standards that need to be covered, and maybe I'm not as an experienced teacher with that area, sometimes I may need some support for that. And that's what those areas tell us. Where do we need to support our teachers?
Ms. Justice, do you have a question?
Well, our teachers are wonderful. But I mean, the fact is that a lot of those factors, some of them are totally out of our control. And we need to recognize that. Socioeconomic backgrounds, just reading in the school, and at home, I mean, there's so many things. So, I mean, teachers, they make a huge difference, but please, let's never look, at them for just when you're looking at this growth. You also have to look at the backgrounds of the students. And where they come to school is a lot different, all across the board, is what they get there.
Absolutely. And so,
So can I just address growth versus proficiency?
Pardon?
So growth versus proficiency. So when we look at growth, we're looking at all students who look just alike academically across the state. So it matters not what your home life is. It matters about, are we making progress towards that particular student? Proficiency is a totally different
I
word.
understand those concepts.
But when we look at growth, growth is all about the impact of what takes place inside of the classroom. And so we have to be able to, proficiency is different.
Growth is going to be more difficult, though, for some students than others.
No, actually it isn't. That's why we look at growth versus proficiency will be more difficult for others. So if you are a student who you're at a level 1 and getting you to proficiency, which is a level 3, that'll be a little more difficult to move versus if I can show 1 year's growth. So the goal is for a student who is sitting at, let's see, a level 1, a growth he or she may still be a level 1, but they grew from where they were in the original, from that BOY
I understand that.
to the end. So that's what the conclusion, that's what her presentation is about.
Right, but
how
I'm
do we
also-
move students and make sure that we are getting growth? So it's not, proficiency is the perfection, the improvement is the growth.
I understand all of that. What I'm saying is children go home to different home lives every day.
But we cannot say that teachers don't make an impact every single day.
Absolutely, they do.
And I will be honest with you. I love to have that discussion with anyone, but I know the impact that teachers make when they are teaching the curriculum with fidelity. And you can't tell me, and I'm going to say this to teachers, that teachers don't make an impact when growing kids.
I never said
Proficiency,
that.
And we have to stop saying that home life dictates growth. It doesn't. And there's no research that says that.
Oh, really?
It is, that's true.
Ms. Crable, you had a
Okay,
question?
that's an interesting.
Yes, I was just wondering if there's any correlation between attendance and teacher effectiveness, because a teacher can only be effective if their kids are there.
So-
Pointed nicely in my summer leadership work session.
what we know is that particularly as students increase in grade level and they have lots of data points, that we begin testing very early, as we collect more data points and students increase, matriculate through grade levels, their educational characteristics become more similar. So when you're looking at a student who's performing at a level 1 and comparing that student to other students that scored at about the same rate, the characteristics of those students become more similar. And so when and SAS is the statistical company that does this for the Department of Public Instruction, and they just have a wealth of data. And so, again, it's based on the historical testing performance of students. And as we increase in grade and have lots of data points, then we see those things become more similar. Of course, there's going to be times when, a student's going to maybe experience a hardship. And a lot of times we see that when we look at the student growth and we can pinpoint and say, oh, something was different that year. And again, that's another reason for us to look at this and think about, wow, okay, I know this student had this last year. What can I do as a teacher to increase the likelihood that they'll at least be back to where they were before?
Dr. Murray, thank you for this presentation. Oh, sorry, Mr.
One quick
Wildebohr?
question. First off, are we still using EVOS?
Yes.
We are, okay. And do we actually have meetings with the teachers where they can say, show them the graph where they, okay, perfect, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would recommend to board members, this is great data, and if you've got additional questions to please forward Dr. Faust, and he'll be able to expand on any of this with Dr. Smith and Dr. Murray, so thank you so much for this. Appreciate it.
Good news.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe, Dr. Smith, you are staying with us for
Yes.
the literacy and math framework progression.
So do we have an item in front of that
One
one?
of our, yeah, we missed one.
We missed one?
NH
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I skip it? Oh, my goodness, sorry. New Hanover County and New Hanover County Schools teacher recruitment and incentives.
We're still on the same item.
I'm
There were two items in that one.
Oh my goodness, sorry about that.
So-
Sorry, I only opened the one. All right.
So I think
sorry.
there's going to be one that's going to be the recruitment, and that's just simply a PDF, but I do want to talk to you in regards to that. But I surely can start with the tutoring, so we'll begin with that. So good evening to you all again, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you information in regards to the New Hanover County Schools tutoring, enrichment, and acceleration program. And I think it's really important to emphasize all three. And so I'm going to talk to you about all three and how they are similar in terms of our goal and, again, helping our district to become the very best that we can on our journey to be one of the top 10 performing districts in the state, but also how they're different. So, make sure that I'm on. Well, I may need you to help me. I apologize, Anita. All right, so next slide. All right, okay, going back, thank you so much. So as we all know, in June of 2021, the New Hanover County Commissioners budgeted $1.2 million to fund transportation for after-school, both enrichment, after-school programs, and acceleration programs for the district. And we were just really elated. I can speak to you as a former middle school principal and elementary principal that as a middle school principal, we had after-school transportation, and it was really a game changer for our students and our teachers. It afforded us so many more opportunities when we could provide transportation to all of our students as opposed to when we couldn't. So we were very appreciative of that. So next slide for me, please. And so we know that there are some correlates that come along with effective schools. And one of them is having high standards and expectations, not only for our students, but also for our staff, as well as frequently monitoring what our teachers are teaching, but also what our students are learning, and then using data to inform that process. And so we took into account all three of these when we developed our after-school programming that's focused on high-quality, highly effective schools. All right, thank you. So as I said, there are three parts to this. So the first part is enrichment. And enrichment really is about not only addressing the academic and cognitive needs for our students, but also the social emotional needs for students, giving them a safe place, having them be connected with their schools, increasing that sense of belonging. And we know that that has been a challenge through this pandemic. So we want to make sure every child is afforded the opportunity, if he or she desires it, or their parents desires it, to be a part of those things that happen after school. Now, we have some really creative principals in our district that are already making this happen during the school day. But we also have folks who haven't been able to do that. So with the funding from the county, we're able to provide transportation to ensure that students who want to participate in Battle of the Books, Girls on the Run, Science Olympiad, just to name a few, can do that. And also an emphasis that we're making now, and you'll hear a little bit later from our Director of Career and Technical Education Programs, Ms. Futrell, is re-energizing our career and technical education student organizations. And we don't want transportation to be a barrier to that, as well as even providing those accelerated opportunities for students participating in honor society. So we really want to use this as an opportunity to level that playing field and alleviate those barriers. The second part of this is the tutoring and homework help. And this is what teachers do already. If a child is struggling in a classroom, teachers are finding time during the day to assist them. If a child is absent, they need to make up a test. Teachers are finding time during the day, but this is creating an additional burden on those teachers. And so we want to provide to them flexibility to say to a child, to say to their family, hey, I can help you after school. Hey, I'm here anyway. I want to support you. If you need to come in and make up a test, if you need some additional instruction, extra practice, or maybe just to work on a project. Again, as a middle school principal, I remember having kids bring some really large things on school buses because their parents couldn't necessarily bring it to school for them. And so maybe a child wouldn't have to take that home. They could stay after school. And so again, this is an opportunity to enhance what we know our teachers do for our children every day, which is just simply in terms of supporting them. And so here, this would be a teacher choosing to provide either individual or small group instruction to support their students or to support a group of students that they collectively help and support within the school. And then the third piece of this is the remediation and acceleration. And so here, transportation would focus on that unfinished learning. And if we think back over the last 3 years, our children, our students have experienced interrupted learning to a degree that I'm sure a few years ago we could not have even fathomed. So whether we're thinking about Florence, or we're thinking about school closure, or we're thinking about the pandemic that we're still in the midst of, or the one we were a part of last year, our students have experienced interrupted learning. Almost 18, 19 months of it, more than that for many. And so this really is to address that unfinished learning for so many of our students. So here, it is student focused, it is data driven. It will happen 1 to 2 times, 1 to 2 days per week. It will be a school-based design. We're going to provide schools with data. We're going to help them establish their targets. We're going to even look at ways that we can incentivize this even more for our folks because we want to recognize the hard work that our teachers put in and also the achievements and the outcomes of our students. And teachers will be compensated. So we recognize that this is a lift above and beyond. So it's not providing the tutoring and the homework help. This is what we're asking them to go above and beyond. So this is remediation and acceleration. And then we're going to measure those outcomes because just as you heard before, if we are going to be the very best that we can be as a district, then we have to ensure everything that we do is highly effective. So we're going to be measuring those outcomes again. So just to restate, teachers will be compensated. It'll be 1 to 2 days per week. Schools will do the design, but we will support them in understanding their data and setting their targets, and it's going to be student-focused and data-driven. And it's structured to address that interrupted learning that so many of our students have experienced over the last 3 years. All right, next slide. And so here we have just a really brief timeline for you. We want to ensure that we're not overburdening our schools. So for us, the secondary program focusing just simply on enrichment and homework help starts no later than September 30th. If we have schools that are ready to start sooner, we will work to see if we can accommodate them. In October, for our secondary schools again, we're asking them to have their remediation and acceleration plans in place. We want our students in first semester to be able to benefit from this just like our students in second semester. So we're asking our secondary schools to do that heavy lift. But again, we're there to support them, and if any of them are ready before that, we will work to accommodate them as well. For elementary programs, we've listened to our elementary principals. We appreciate the feedback that they've given us. And so for that, we're looking for a November start date for their enrichment and their homework help. And again, if there are schools who want to start sooner than that, then we're going to do our best to accommodate them. And then by December, we would want to have in place a really strong remediation and acceleration plan. We'll have our beginning of the year data. already complete. We'll be probably in the midst of our middle of the year data, so we'll have some pre and post. We'll know who those students are who are accelerating. We'll know who those students are who need that extra assistance as well. So I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have in regards to our after school. Yes?
When were these, because there's been a lot of different funding given out, when were these funds given to us as far as this, for this plan?
So the funding was provided as a part of the county commissioner's budget in June 2021.
Okay. And so when was it that they decided on these particular, the enrichment, tutoring, and remediation? When did that get put together?
So that has been a part of the conversation and discussion. The funding we received from the county commissioners was for transportation. And so how do we then maximize those opportunities within our schools? So I would say to you, as soon as we knew that we were launching this and we were receiving the funding, that's when the discussions began. And one other thing I'll add, and I apologize it was not in the presentation, it is not as far in the development stage, is we're also looking to enhance our college and career promise opportunities in terms of providing transportation to those students as well. And we're looking to start that second semester. So that would be an opportunity to ensure equity in our, and access to our college and career promise courses at the college.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, can I? Okay, sorry.
Are there, expectations as to how many days a week tutoring, how long the tutoring is going to go on, that kind of thing?
So when we're talking about tutoring, do you mind going back to the slide with the three? Yeah. So if you're talking about tutoring, are you talking about homework help?
Well, homework or help or tutoring.
So if we're talking about the one that's in the middle, which is tutoring and homework help,
Right.
and what I'll say is I think a lot of times people get tutoring and remediation slightly confused. So if we're talking about tutoring and homework help, then what we're talking about is that's going to be teacher driven. That's going to be student driven. That's going to be parent driven. That's going to be a parent calling up to a teacher and saying, is there an opportunity for my child to get some extra assistance? Or maybe a teacher saying to a parent, would it be okay for your child to stay after school? If we're talking about the remediation and acceleration, then that would be 1 to 2 days a week available to schools, and schools would design that plan. So it will be based on a target, so not necessarily every grade level, every area. If I'm a school and we've really struggled in 4th grade reading, then I would say my resources are going to go toward 4th grade reading. If I am a high school and across the district, very honestly and being completely transparent, we've struggled with Math 1. If I'm a high school, then I'm going to target Math 1.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Ms. Craybill and then Ms. Justice and back to Ms. Walker.
So when you said, look up and down the line. When you said for the career and readiness students, does that mean that you would take like high school students, give them transportation to downtown campus or the north campus? Is that what that means?
So so if we're looking at college and career promise, sorry. Yes, those are the students that we're looking at. So, we want to be in partnership with our community college. We want to be in partnership with our high schools, but we feel it's very important to make sure this opportunity is available to as many students as possible.
Okay.
And we know transportation has been a barrier in the past.
Would that get them maybe from let's say, one high school to the other because there was a program that they wanted to participate in that wasn't offered at their school? Like automotives, for example.
So we've not talked about internal transportation. So if you're talking about like transportation to our signature programs.
Right.
But that surely could be added to the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I have a couple questions. I just want to do them real quick. Okay, with the enrichment program, our sports teams, I saw you had girls on the run, but how about regular sports participation for athletic, like football, baseball, soccer?
So with athletics, the transportation department has made available buses for all of our schools. And so if a school wants to take advantage of that, there is a bus that's provided. There's not funding that's coming out of this money specifically for that, but there is a bus that's available. And Mr. Anderson, I definitely would open the floor if you want to speak more specifically to that.
Yes, Dr. Smith is correct, and we've offered all of our middle and high schools a bus, and they would just have many of the middle and high schools, or all the middle and high school, have coaches that have CDLs and can drive that bus.
Okay, can I finish the questions then? I don't think I have any more along that line. Now, the tutoring
Yes.
and homework help.
Yes.
I think this is what we're hearing an awful lot about from teachers right now, that they just learned about this recently. And they're not getting paid extra if they do stay after school to do this? Is this what, is this correct?
So if you're talking about tutoring and homework help, then no. So again, if, my 7th grader is absent from school and he needs to make up a test, and I contact his teacher and say, can he stay after? It's not, as a principal and as a parent, it's not uncommon for teachers to accommodate that. And so again, it's going to be teacher-driven, it's going to be student-driven, it's going to be parent-driven.
But there's no organized plan yet to do that. It's going to be up to the individual schools, and then the teachers will go according to the expectations. I'm hearing that there's already dates set up for them to start tutoring, and that they're expected to be there at that time. A lot of them after 4, and at this point, a lot of them have jobs, they have daycare, family care of their own. This was something that was just sort of sprung on them after they'd already made their plans, their personal plans, and this is extra hours that they're not going to get paid for. Is this all this correct?
So what I would say is, for any teachers who are in that situation, I think they need to go back and have some additional conversations with their administrators. And we will meet with principals to make sure that there's clarification around the expectations. So again, if we're talking about enrichment, we're talking about folks who've already made a commitment to do Battle of the Books, Girls on the Run, and different club activities, and we're just providing transportation so students can access that. If we're talking about tutoring and homework help, then what we're talking about is what, my experience, even as a teacher myself, are things that I did to support my students, the students that I taught. And again, this is going to be parent-driven, student-driven, teacher-driven. If we're talking about remediation and acceleration, which that sounds a little bit more like that, it's going to be a school-based program. So a school design program. It's going to be based on the school's data. It is going to be 1 to 2 days. But principals are going to identify a target area that they're focusing on. Schools will have a budget, and teachers will be compensated above their normal pay level in terms of that. So again, I do understand that there has been multiple communications around that, but what you're hearing tonight is the plan from the district. And so we'll ensure that this is what principals are communicating to their staffs.
Including the tutoring and homework with non-compensation, and it just literally got sprung on them recently, and they've already made plans, personal plans, and I understand the enrichment, and you're paying the teachers. Do the teachers ask to volunteer, or are they told they have to do that, even though they're getting paid?
So it's going to be a school-based program. So I'm not hiring the staff for that, but in my mind, it's going to be those teachers who, one, are capable of doing it in terms of doing it well. Again, we want the most effective folks there. And again, you're not going to be effective if this is something that you're forced to do.
Correct.
Ms. Walker and then Mr. McManus.
Well, a lot of the questions have been answered. I guess just to follow up, that in each school, they will have a choice. They will be asking people who is available for it first. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I lost a little bit of that. Say again.
Okay, sorry. I have to get my microphone fixed. I feel like I'm too quiet. Okay. No, so just to recap what was saying, that at the school itself, they will be asking them if they will get a choice, right? They will be asking people who are available first. Is that correct?
So as a principal, so if I were a principal of a school, my focus would be on those teachers who are highly effective in the area that we're targeting. And so if we're targeting 5th grade, then I'm going to be focused on my 5th grade teachers. I'm going to be focused on teachers who are most effective in that area. But again, this is not something that, I foresee teachers being forced to do. Again, teachers are going to be compensated for this. above and beyond what their regular pay is. And it's an opportunity for schools to design, a way to address unfinished learning and interrupted learning for the students that they serve.
Yeah, I guess that's the feedback we've been getting, is that it was, like Ms. Justice was saying, it was kind of sprung on them, and they already have other things like childcare and schedules, and, they're already having after-school things that they're doing. So I guess we don't really know exactly how it's going to work, because it depends on the school and the needs of the school.
Yeah, and
But
if you don't mind going to the slide with the timeline, and so we've got a timeline here, if we're talking about the remediation program, which is really the only part of this that's the full 2 days, that doesn't begin for our secondary schools until October, and it doesn't begin for our elementary schools until December, unless, again, there's schools who would like for us to accommodate them a little sooner.
Okay, is there any thought to, is it the teacher going to be, okay, I'm just trying to understand it. So the teacher's going to be, the needs of the school or where they're going to look for this tutoring. Are they going to be mixing classes? Are they going to be like, are children going to be going to certain teachers for tutoring? I'm just trying to get a clear view, because there are questions that came up about, how much we're mixing kids.
So again, if we're talking about tutoring, then that's teachers supporting their own children and tutoring and homework help. But if you're talking about remediation and acceleration, then what I would say to you is it's going to be a school design program based on their school's data. So if they've got a need to support third grade reading, there may be an after-school program where we've got 3 third grade reading teachers addressing the needs of, maybe the children from across the 4 classes or across the 3 classes. But again, it's going to be school-based.
I was just saying, there's just a lot of confusion, so if we could maybe do communication better. A lot of the questions that we're getting are pretty similar, and I just think maybe there's some missing communication there.
Yeah. So hopefully the presentation this evening and the way it's laid out will add some clarity, and we are going to be working with principals and communicating this and giving them some talking points as well.
All right. Mr. McManus.
Yes, sir.
Let me ramble. Who is supervising the initiation of the tutoring program? Who's accountable to what each principal determines in their schools?
So are you talking about the remediation and acceleration or the tutoring?
Well, I would assume it's both.
Okay, so for the tutoring, again, I would say it's going to vary slightly. If you're talking about elementary, then elementary parents and teachers are going to need to communicate, because of course you would not tell the third grader, I need you to stay after school to take a test or something like that. And I don't really see that happening as much. Probably that's going to happen more COVID related than anything else. If you're talking about middle school, I could surely see a teacher sending home a note and then communicating, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I think he's more so interested in remediation and acceleration.
Well, actually,
because that's the one that would require
let me tell you what I'm hearing.
Yes, sir.
I've heard more, I think a lot of board members have. I'm certainly not against tutoring by any means. I'm worried about the perception, because it's trumping what you are saying is the reality. I'm hearing that teachers are going to be required to be available for both 4 days a week. Some say 5. Some say they haven't discussed it at their school. I'm not saying this is accurate, but perception's trumping reality. You said compensated again, but they're not really being compensated financially to stay. At the present time, elementary teachers can leave school at what time? Technically, they can leave. Is there a time that they have to stay until they leave?
I'm not sure of the official school day.
So there's no official time.
Well, I'm sure that principals have set that. I don't know if it varies.
So every principal
across
sets
schools.
their different time, or is that the same thing for each school?
Well, essentially, the school day for elementary begins at, I think it's 7.
I'm worried about when it ends. I'm not going to be smart.
Well, no. I think it begins at that certain time, and then 7.5 hours later, their day ends.
Okay, so what time is that?
I've been hearing
7:30 to 2:30.
To what time?
3 o'clock.
All right, 3 o'clock. So they can technically leave at 3. And the perception is that some of them are saying they're being forced to stay till 4 and 5 o'clock, 4 or 5 days a week. If that's not true, please somebody clear that up. 2, they're not getting compensated at all to stay. And so I think that the implementation, we have to think about teachers who don't have childcare, who have certain things they have to do. And I was tough on teachers. So some of them are probably saying, yeah, well, you did it. But there's got to be a limitation. Is it volunteer? Or the principal makes the decision who stays for 2 days for tutoring and homework and 2 days for mediation and acceleration?
So what I'll say to you is if you think about the elementary and how children are served there, it's not going to be appropriate for a kindergartner or second grader or first grader to stay those elongated hours. There may be times, few and far between, that they might need some tutoring or some homework help. But, you know, my experience in elementary, and I was an elementary principal for a very short period of time, you know, a lot of that happened within the school day. But we did offer also a remediation and acceleration program that happened after school. So again, we're providing all 3 of these opportunities for all 3 levels, but they're going to look very different. So in elementary, you may not see a lot of tutoring or a lot of homework help. Maybe the homework help for the elementary school shows up with a teacher calling a parent and supporting a parent and supporting their child. But for the remediation and acceleration, we do plan to see that in elementary. And for that, teachers will be compensated, and it will be a school design program. And so that means that, you know, principals are going to recruit those teachers in those areas that their data says that there's a need. So what I would say to you is they're not going to be forced, people are not going to be forced to do this. They're not going to be, you know, strong-armed into doing this. Again, we're offering that compensation because we want to recruit folks to do this work.
All right, if I
And
could just, if I could
I
just.
apologize, but remediation and tutoring have a lot of similarities. It's hard to divide that and say, I'm going to pay you for remediation and acceleration and not tutoring if I've got to stay late, if I don't have an option. And I worry, being a former principal, that everybody's going to do something different. And so your lower performing schools, those teachers are going to be under a whole lot more expectation-wise than a high-performing school. I'm just, the perception is trumping the reality.
So
So someone needs to be in charge to make sure everyone understands. Well, don't clap, please. The parameters. This is just, we all need to be on the same page. And I've never, ever put together everything anyone's ever called me about or stopped me on the street as much as this. So it needs to be defined. The parameters need to be understood.
So
I don't know how anybody else feels.
let me answer the difference between remediation versus tutoring. Tutoring can be, I saw that you didn't get a concept, and so I need to give you some extra support. Tutoring, I'm going to tutor you on this. Remediation means that over a period of time, I've noticed that you aren't proficient in an area. So then I've got to go back and remediate the work that you're doing. Even though they sound alike, those are 2 totally different, because when we remediate the students, we are looking at BOY data, we may be looking at MOY, the middle of the year. We may be looking at standards that are difficult to teach and students are falling behind. Remediating. If I'm tutoring, you just need a little more support. That's something that's totally different. So the schools do have to talk about what is their remediation plan, and they have to present their remediation plan to, if it's Al or if it's Jackie, to talk about how are they going to get there. That's the question. How are you going to make sure that you're remediating students? How are you tutoring kids? How are you accelerating them? That's totally different. If it's a club, most club events, there are supplements that are being paid for clubs. So that's what number 1 is. So they're doing club events. They're taken care of. If they are providing the remediation, there's a set rate for that one. If they are tutoring / doing homework makeup, that's different.
I won't argue the merits of remediation versus tutoring, but there are so many similarities. My question is the perception. Is it not reasonable to expect that the elementary principals collectively would agree and come up with a plan of how to deal with this, and then the middle and the high schools, so that somebody doesn't stand out either advantageously or less advantageously?
So we are going to be asking schools to share with us their plans, and we will give them feedback. And so if there is something that stands out among them for the wrong reason, then we'll definitely give them feedback in terms of this.
So I'll hush after this. So there has not been a meeting of any kind collectively of elementary principals, middle or high school. It was sent to them, but they've not had a meeting to discuss it collectively, to plan, to share.
So there has not been, beyond their initial rollout, which occurred during our leadership conference, they've not physically been together, but there have been conversations through our executive directors for elementary and secondary education with principals. But we definitely, the reason for the presentation tonight is to bring clarity to this issue. And so we're going to continue to work with principals. And again, we're going to ask for their plans. And if there are plans that stand out as anomalies to this, then we're going to give them some feedback. Again, we want the tutoring and the homework help just simply to be a teacher providing some additional assistance to a student that they're already teaching. It should not be this exorbitant burden to them. It's what a teacher would typically do, especially, pre-pandemic, because I do understand the stresses that they're under right now. Yes. The remediation and acceleration is going to be a more formal, more structured program where we're going to recruit for that. We want folks who want to be there, and we're going to use the school's data to drive what the focus areas are. So it's not going to be something that's just random. It's going to be intentional. And then we're going to measure the outcomes because we want to understand the impact of the work that's being done.
Okay, so I would like to, if we can bring this conversation to an end. Only reason, we have people that are here that are still needing to present, and it is 9:45 at night. If you have additional questions, I understand this is a hot button topic, right? And there are still some things that need clarity. Dr. Smith, I appreciate you bringing this to us tonight with some clarity. I know it's going to continue to build, and there will be more built around it, but I would like to, out of respect for those that you have with you that need to still present on some other items that are coming up, I would like to go ahead and move forward if that is the will of the board. We good? Okay.
And I think the next item is mine, and I'll talk just very briefly about that. And I don't know if you guys have that PDF attached. And so this is the
teacher recruitment and incentives.
Yes. So this is the school incentive plan, and this is a partnership between New Hanover County Schools and New Hanover County government yet again. I'll let that load. And so here, just like the school system has identified reading as a target for itself, the county government has done so as well and included that in their strategic plan. And so they've also recognized that we have to have highly effective teachers in our classrooms. And so they have set aside about $69,000 to support teachers in these select schools to pursue their national boards. And so at each of the schools that are listed here in option 1, at least 5 teachers from 5 or more teachers from those schools, for a total of 30 teachers, will have their national boards paid for by New Hanover County, which is huge because we know that teachers who carry that national board designation are typically much more effective or are often deemed as highly effective in our schools. So we're really, really excited about that opportunity. We're really excited about launching this. We're working on the application process right now with our county partners, and this should be coming to those schools in terms of a formal rollout to their teachers in the next couple of weeks. This program 2 is rental assistance. So not only do we want our teachers to be effective, but once we recruit them, we want to retain them. So at each of those schools, the county will be paying a $200 to $300 a month rental incentive to their landlord. And so again, 2 teachers from each of these schools can apply and will be selected to receive this incentive. And so the county has set aside dollars to support this initiative. And then there's a third initiative that we're working on, and originally the county was going to pay for, I want to say 9 teachers from each of these schools to receive training in the science of reading. And as all of you know, the state has now stepped up and will now cover the cost of that training. But because the county had budgeted, I believe it's $54,000 to support this, they still want to continue to support us. So right now we're working to revamp that, where possibly we could support the training of the instructional coaches and the assistant principal and some folks in our special education offices who will be supporting these schools and getting that science of reading training again. So, you know, this for me is extremely celebratory because, again, the county has proven to be such a great partner in partnering with the school system in not only recruiting but training and helping to retain highly effective teachers within our district. So glad to answer any questions you might have in regards to this.
These programs are both fantastic. How are they being marketed to our staff?
So we're still rolling out the application, but we're going to be working with our communications division. The county, we've seen the wonderful communications office they have, and so they're working on their marketing information. I got an email about that today, and so once we finalize that, then it will be pushed out to folks, and we're just really, really, really excited about it.
That's fantastic. And I
Yes.
saw Ms. Justice, yes.
Yeah, didn't we used to have a program that paid for the national boards for our teachers in the districts that were part of that program?
So the state covered that cost for a while, but it's been quite a few years since they've done that. I know we did something really special for the teachers at Sunset Park, and then we had another group of teachers that we tried to support in that way. But there's not been anything as comprehensive as this. And since then, the process has changed. It used to be a 1-year process, and now it's a multi-year process.
Thank you. Ms. Craybill.
So how were these 6 schools chosen?
So these 6 schools were chosen because they fall on our targeted schools list as a result of their past outcomes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, as I probably do every month, thank the county. I think we've needed them more this past 2.5 years. And they've been there for us, I think, just about every time. And I think that is a marked change from some previous relationships, and it's really exciting to see. And, I did want to clarify the meeting this past Friday. I know some people said that they gave us $350 million, generous as they are. But no, that is not the case. We do not have $350 million to spend. So I did really want to clarify that quickly and say thank you to our wonderful funding partners and to our commissioners.
All right, Ms. Walker.
I just had a brief question. You said two teachers per school. Is that for both of the programs, or can other teachers do one program and one the other?
So teachers can qualify for multiple, so for both of them. So for the national boards, we're looking at 5 teachers per school. If a school doesn't have 5 teachers that are eligible, then we can shift that eligibility to another school within this group. So we're looking at paying for the national boards process for 30 teachers. And then it's 2 teachers per school for the housing stipend, or the rental stipend.
This is really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. I saw on a list earlier today that New Hanover County, I mean, we're ranked 20% of our teachers, I think, are national board certified, and it's something that we definitely value, and it's important for our students to get the highest echelon of education. So to have an opportunity for more of our teachers to be able to achieve that status, and the county's paying for it, again, thank you to the county commissioners and the county for that partnership and those relationships that we continue to build on. So these are fantastic.
Yes.
All right. Next item?
Yes, so I think the next item is.
Now it's literacy.
Yes,
and
the math and
framework.
literacy.
Sorry, I was jumping
framework.
ahead a little bit
No,
earlier.
we're good. The purpose of developing a literacy and math framework is to articulate how the district how the district's approach to curriculum, to instruction, to organization, and to enable our students to perform at the highest level. So again, just connecting this to our commitment to be one of the top performing districts in the state, it's really important for us to articulate this and then also to share it with our stakeholders. So this evening, I'm very excited to introduce to you, I think this is her very first time in presenting to you, Dr. Janice Silva, who is our Director of Curriculum and Instruction. So Dr. Silva.
Welcome, Dr. Silver. We apologize that you are up here doing this at 9:50 at night. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you for the warm introduction and good evening. I've just been oozing with excitement to talk about literacy. So if you would advance me, please. Because literacy is at the core of each content area, let's begin with the 4 drivers of our literacy framework. One being the North Carolina Standard Course of Study and how our state defines high-quality literacy instruction. A few key terms that you'll notice in the definition are comprehensive literacy instruction, a culturally responsive environment, and written and oral communication. The second being our district's literacy vision, and that shares the common themes with an additional focus on complex text and an overall enjoyment for reading that will last beyond our students' high school graduation. We care about the experience of learning that our students are going to have. The third being the North Carolina Science of Reading legislation, which is simply a body of research containing evidence-based reading instruction practices to address foundational literacy skills like phonics and spelling. As part of this legislation, all all pre-K through grade 5 teachers, instructional coaches, and administrators will be completing the North Carolina Science of Reading course called LETTERS. LETTERS is an acronym, and it stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. Our district was selected to participate in the first cohort across this state. So we will have some of the first educators to go through this training starting this very school year, and we're excited about it. The last one being the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's conducted literacy evaluation of our district. While we were praised for our leadership's eagerness to grow in the area of literacy, our district provided resources, our support for literacy, and the use of assessment data to make decisions. A few opportunities for improvement were the need for a common language for literacy and fidelity of instruction, which has been a reoccurring theme through the presentations that you've heard before me. If you would advance me. So let's start with what we know, what research tells us. We know that common curriculums yield equity and access, not only for our students, but for our teachers as well. We know that common curriculums increase opportunities to accelerate our gifted population. We understand that common curriculums meet the needs of our ever-growing transient population, which has increased since the pandemic. Our district distinguishes itself from others across the state and the country by committing to common phonics and writing curriculums. That's not something that you see in every single district. We're really setting the standard, and we're telling people that we view this as important. Foundations is our pre-K through 3rd grade phonics program that uses visible and interactive instruction to build foundation for reading and spelling. Writing Fundamentals is our kindergarten through 5th grade writing curriculum. What stands out about this curriculum is that our students will become published authors each 9 weeks. Talk about student voice. It's amazing. Reading Fundamentals is our K-8 literacy curriculum. One of the key features that led us to this curriculum were the direct tie-ins to both science and social studies, which is well merited considering that this is the first year of implementation for our new social studies standards. Collectively, these three curriculums will help us to strengthen early reading instruction, which was an opportunity of improvement identified in our literacy audit. My perspectives will be our common curriculum used by 9th and 10th graders. One of the highlights of the curriculum is that it promotes student voice. You're starting to see that that's a reoccurring theme with all of our decisions. And it encourages our students to own their own learning by being able to select their own text during the independent practice portion of the lesson. Next slide. Grades 11 and 12 will both be deeply rooted in the North Carolina standards. In addition, grade 11 will utilize the Method Test Preps program to prepare them for their college entrance exams. Grade 12 will utilize the Career and College Ready Graduate online program, which they will begin their college remediation prior to their high school graduation. Talk about being prepared. Next slide. One of the things you'll notice about this metrics timeline is that fidelity is that driving force. We talk a lot about fidelity of instruction throughout all the presentations that you've heard tonight. So our main focus will be increasing that fidelity of instruction throughout the course of this year, and we've got several checkpoints in here. Another reoccurring theme will be our implementation guides remaining in a constant state of revision. We want to tweak this throughout the year to ensure that we get it right. And ultimately, if we do both of these things, we're going to yield that growth, that increase in growth and proficiency that we talked about earlier. Next slide. When referencing our district teaching and learning framework, there is a call to action for mathematics teachers to build upon students' prior knowledge and to teach for conceptual understanding. Our common math curriculum for grades K through 5 does just that. In addition, Eureka Math is designed as a story of units, wherein students use the same models and problem-solving methods from grade to grade. How wonderful is that when our students matriculate through our schools, they can take that learning and take that academic vocabulary and use it in the next grade to come. We are also creating familiarity with our literacy framework as well, with the way Eureka is organized as if it's a story. Next slide. Open Up Resources was selected as our middle school curriculum because it presents a huge opportunity for our students to engage in higher level thinking that requires them to justify their solutions both verbally and in writing. It also aligns to our teacher and learning framework. Envisions will be utilized in Math 1 courses because it empowers our students to become more self-directed learners, and it utilizes a tool called Desmos. And Desmos has become a global staple in mathematics classrooms across the globe because it incorporates technology and it increases interactivity and it makes math fun. That's what's most important to our students. They want to have fun. All right. So while Envision's implementation will continue to Math 2, 3, and 4 within the next few years, currently the remainder of our high school math courses will be anchored in the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, and they will be utilizing Castle Learning, which provides our teachers with a question bank for their assessments, and these questions provide our students with real-time feedback that's differentiated based upon their response to each question. Next slide. So in parting, I want to leave you with our metrics timeline for math. You'll notice the common thread of fidelity, increasing that throughout the year, maintaining a constant state of revision for our implementation guides, and ultimately, just like we said before, we want to make sure that we're yielding those final goals of increasing our growth and proficiency, which you've heard over and over again tonight. So thank you for being engaged, and I'll stand for questions.
Dr. Silver, I love your energy. Oh, that was great. All right, Ms. Justice.
Yes, the Castle Learning Online, that is aligned with the North Carolina Standard Course of Study?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, we look forward to the updates as this rolls out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to take a very quick break, so can we make this a 3-minute? Can we do it? All right, 3 minutes. We will be back.
I just wanted to spend a lot of time with you.
You've missed us. All right. Ms. Baggy, are we able to go? You don't have to run in the heels, it's all right. Next thing up is the CTE audit and program update. Again, Dr. Smith.
Yes, and so again, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you Ms. Katrina Futrell, who is our new CTE director. And as we all know, that career and technical education is a very important part of our educational programming. CTE has a proven history of developing young people and preparing them for high-demand jobs. And again, just really reiterating our commitment to being one of the top 10 districts in the state. We can't do that if our career and technical education programs are not truly world-class. So we have recently undergone an audit, and so Ms. Futrell is going to come and share with you a brief overview of that audit and some immediate next steps and recommendations as a result of that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Futrell.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Futrell.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Board Chairperson Adams, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Faust, good evening to you. As you just heard, Career and Technical Education was engaged in an audit in spring semester 2021 to assess the current status of our program. Next slide. As you can see here, there has certainly been a shift in education, and it happened. We went from vocational education to CTE. We were looking at where vocational education was for some careers. We're now looking at all careers. It was for some students. We're now looking at all students. And so I say to you that there are three big deals about CTE. It's career preparation, relevant instruction, and certainly we are the solution for workforce needs and demands. Next slide. So when we look at CTE, just to make sure that we understand the structure of CTE so that we're all on the same page, there are 16 career clusters that's national. So that's the framework that guides CTE. Next slide. So when we look at these career clusters, it's really about how New Hanover County wants to promote careers through our K-12 education. Mainly 6-12 is what CTE looks at. So you have these career clusters, and contingent upon workforce needs, and contingent upon your advisory board, and all of those other key stakeholders, you then say, well, which pathways do I want to focus on? There are at least 79 pathways, and then you can design those locally as your needs, as you have areas that need to be met. So then you have to take those pathways and you have to build programs of study. And so what exactly is a program of study? A program of study is actually a comprehensive plan for those career clusters, which now have become career pathways. And I have given you one example to look at. Let's say a career cluster is hospitality and tourism. Then we say, well, how do we break that down? Well, for us, we look at restaurants and food, beverage. Or we could look at travel and tourism, because everyone knows everybody wants to come to Wilmington, right? And so when we look at the programs of study, we look at a sequence of courses that we can actually start in middle school, then high school, then looking at post-secondary. Then we bring in the work-based learning experiences, like exploring different career activities. We look at field trips, whether they be virtual or face-to-face. We can look at industry tours, and I like interactive industry tours. So I'm hoping the pandemic calms down so we can do some of those. Having guest speakers or internships, those real world experiences. As you heard technology mentioned earlier, we're going to provide some of those internships for our students to work at a help desk right here at New Hanover County Schools. And so then we're looking at career and technical student organizations, which are not just clubs anymore. They're not just extracurricular activities, but they're intracurricular. They're embedded into our curriculum. And then all of this now, I'm still talking about the program of study. Remember, it's comprehensive. And then we look at stackable credentials. while they're in high school, they can earn a certificate, they can earn a degree, they can earn a certification. So it's about giving a student that valid high school experience so that when they leave, they have all of these things already on their resume, already in their portfolio. Next slide. So when we look at all these things and keeping in mind the things that I just said to you, what did our audit reveal about New Hanover County Schools? The audit showed that while we have some particularly good programs in operation, the quality is not consistent across the district. And because we have that group of programs that we're offering, but the quality is not consistent, it leads us into a second challenge. And that challenge is that the resources for our students are not appropriately aligned with our future employment opportunities. So what do we need to do to ensure that we have equal access to a high-quality CTE program in New Hanover County? One, we need to align with the regional industry expectation and standards, meaning that in our classrooms, we need to have up-to-date equipment. CTE prides itself in being aligned with regional industry standards, equipment, software, and all those things. We need for our programs to be delivered by highly qualified CTE teachers. Thirdly, they need to be offered in facilities that reflect the reality of the workplace. And lastly, serve as the basis for continued occupation development beyond high school. When students go through our program and they leave and go to work, or they leave and go to college, or they leave and go to military, they shouldn't be in shock at the things that they see in the areas they want to study. Next slide. So what were the recommendations? Number one, we have to do better at mapping our programs to meet the needs of our students and our employers. How do we do that? We need to follow up with our students, find out how do we service you well? What could we have done differently? What could have been better? Number two, we need to recognize that there are some CTE programs that we have where our students can earn stackable credentials, and we need to make sure that they can do that. And then we need to expand career clusters that provide middle skill level career pathways. And those are listed there for you. I won't read them all, but such as manufacturing and automotive and transportation, distribution, and logistics, which people always group automotive under, but if the truth be told, however you can move people and products, that's what transportation, distribution, and logistics is. It can be water. We have lots of water in Wilmington. It can be by airplane. We have airport. So we have trains. So we should be really moving in those areas. And then we have to reduce those program areas where it's not really aligned to work-based learning. We can keep them as long as we found a way to align them with work-based learning. Next slide. So what are our most immediate next steps? Number one, we have to revise the job description of our CDCs. Well, what in the world is a CDC? It is the Career Development Coordinator. They are extensions of the district's work. The district CTE leadership team, those are the people who are in place in schools that help us get the work done. All of those work-based learning experiences that I just told you about. We need to look at their job descriptions and make sure that they are servicing our students. Number two, we need to identify our pathways. We need to be pathway driven, not driven by school or program area, but it has to come from the district level. Number three, we have to look at our student, career technical student organizations, provide a stipend for those teachers because we want to encourage them to have these CTSOs, right? Because when students go to these state competitions or they participate even in local or regional competitions, there's nothing like that exposure. So we want to take a look at that and see how we can entice our teachers to come on and be these advisors. Then we need to evaluate our fixed asset process. We need to take better care of our CTE things, and then we also need to look at how we are keeping our fixed assets up to date so that we can, again, prepare students for these careers. And then we need to look at PRC 13, which is Program Report Code 13, where all of our months of employment live, and we need to look at what we're doing with those months of employment when we can't hire people. What are we doing with the growth that comes from the state? What are we doing with the monies that's left there and using that money to maybe help out with our facilities and build our CTE programs? Next slide. And CTE is and always, I believe, will be learning that works for North Carolina. Why is that? Because a student's education will always be strengthened if you can have academic and technical skills all into one. And to me, academic plus technical equals employability. Next slide. Questions? Yes, sir.
I noticed on your slide number 6 here that like HVAC is not mentioned, plumbing, welding. Why is that?
I'm sorry, is that slide 6?
Yeah, where it says expanding career clusters. Why wouldn't we, HVAC is a big area, obviously, around here.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the manufacturing, automotive, transportation.
Yeah.
And I'm
Body-
sorry, what
body
was your
shop.
question? I'm sorry.
Well, I just noticed that like plumbing's not in there, HVAC, like
They are
body-
considered manufacturing.
Oh, they're, okay.
Yes,
All right.
they're all considered under manufacturing. There's an advanced manufacturing, and then there's, which is all just kind of encompassed under manufacturing.
That
There's
makes
not
sense.
much we're gonna do without having that HVAC or having that plumbing or somebody to come and wire and do the electrical. So
Okay.
they house it under manufacturing.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Yes, Mr. Billiard.
Yeah, just briefly, I can't thank you enough. This is really exciting. And the audit looks like it went very well, and it looks like we have some really good ideas about moving forward. But I did just want to thank our board chair for her work with CTEC and our superintendent for reaching out to the chamber, being a part of that, because these people are going to inform your next moves precisely. We have a general idea of where we want to go, but they're going to really fine tune that. And I just want to thank them both for, and thank you as well, your
Oh,
entire
yeah,
team.
absolutely.
I'm excited. It's good stuff.
I am too. I can talk about CTE all day and night.
We'll go down the path here. Ms. Craybill, Mr. McManus, Ms. Justice.
Okay, so me too. I can talk all,
Oh,
I
there
can
you,
talk
there you,
all
oh,
day
yeah.
about CTE.
I'll try to find you, yes.
Question, when they noticed that our programs weren't the same, or comparable across the county.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that that they looked at or were referring to our traditional high schools not being the same, because obviously CTEC is very different because that's where their focuses are. Was there any thought about, or any comments that they made about like signature programs at certain high schools so that we can focus, let's say, like on, EMT and firefighting would be at one school, because that's kind of special. Culinary can be at all because we can have kitchens, or maybe we can't, I don't know. But did they talk about that at all for the equalness?
I think that it's not a problem if there's uniqueness in some schools. Like, you're right, CTEC is very different. It's considered a CTE, it's a technical school. So there should be some differences in that. But if we have two high schools that offer the same program, there should be no disparities in those programs. I understand something with EMT might be at this school. I understand, like at Trask Middle and at Laney, they're doing Project Lead Away with Fidelity, and it's sustainable. I get that. But my understanding is, if we have, let's say we have a culinary program at school A and a culinary program at school B, and one has glowing equipment and maybe the other one doesn't, but yet they're teaching the same curriculum, that should not be the case. And that's what I was getting from the report, and speaking with Always Ascending Consulting, is that there are some disparities in those areas. And I just don't, again, I don't think there's anything wrong, because we talked about that, and in our middle schools, making sure that we have, programs that's going to be a continuum to the high schools that they feed into. So that's not an issue, but when they're parallel, that is an issue, if there's not equitable access to high quality CTE programs, but we're teaching the same content verbatim.
Mr. McManus.
We're so happy to have you here. I think that
Oh, thank you.
CTE is as important as anything we've ever going to offer from now on. 2 questions.
Sure.
Have we considered summer school CTE? And I'm adding to that, and Dr. Faust and I talked about this a little bit, starting it in middle school, the exposure in the middle school arena earlier, and not when they get to high school, just when they get to high school.
Oh, yes, to the middle school.
So we have offered summer CTE programming. We offered it actually this past summer, and we offered it the previous summer. And in regards to CTE, we do, or we have in the past done almost a career fair with our fifth graders. So we do start
Right.
CTE programming as early as fifth grade.
Discussion or exposure?
Exposure
Or
by
both?
law.
Right.
Thank you.
I always say that, Perkins funding, you have to do it the Perkins way. But whatever the county is willing to support, though, I'm willing to help with when it comes to CTE. But the law allows us to go down to fifth grade to do career exploration. And I'm a firm believer that by the time a student gets to high school, it's way too late. That's just kind of like insane. So I believe starting in middle school, we're looking at implementing the program Zello, which helps students start looking at different careers, beginning to kind of think about their career plan. I really want them to do that in the 8th grade so that by the time they get to high school, they'll be ready. But I want to start having conversations in 7th grade. And I'll go down just as far. We don't have to do everything by Perkins funding. I'm just putting that out there, If it's not Perkins dollars, we can go with it. But Perkins dollars. Anything else?
Ms. Justice.
Yes, I noticed in the one slide it says, reduce the number of program offerings in arts, audio, video, technology and communications, and business unless aligning with work-based learning. Is that saying basically that although we're offering these programs, they're not in touch with the current, I guess you could say, area as far as the real world where these things are being implemented?
I actually believe that, because I've seen some of the, I've seen some different videos and things, and I have plans to go out to the schools. I've, talked to some of the teachers and talked to my team. I believe that everything we have in arts and audio video is good because it's Adobe. I just think we are, from what I can understand from the report, and this happens in a lot of CTE programs, we are business heavy. And business now I was part of the team that fought for us to, if we're gonna have business teachers, then you're gonna have to let us do more with them. So now business teachers can actually, they have an interest in it, they can actually teach coding and different things like that. So we can do some different things. But what they're saying is we are top heavy in these areas, especially in the business area, meaning we have a lot of business classes. I'll be honest, you can find business teachers all day long. You still want good teachers, not just warm bodies, but we can find people to teach business. It's harder to find them to teach other areas. And from what I can understand is we have a lot of teachers in these areas, and they're just saying that if we're gonna have them, make sure they align with work-based learning, because I can show it to you. We have a lot of business teachers. And so in looking at our pathways, we have to look at what do we really need to be offering and how we're going to make this work when it comes to the work-based learning.
Well, you have things like arts, audio, video, technology, and communications. Those seem like they're very valid considering the way the society is going. You're saying that the business is the one that's really top-heavy.
It is. Business is very top-heavy, and I apologize, but it's AAV. It's like a long name. All of that is one pathway, believe it or not. I do believe that the Adobe Academy is extremely valuable. I believe that the Adobe Video is extremely valuable. It's just that we have to look at, and I'll tell you what the main issue is we have a lot of standalone courses. What I've seen is that sometimes the schools might say, hey, this is a great course, and they want to teach it, but then there's nothing else surrounding it. And so, and just in closing, unless you all have more questions, so I'm not too long, what I see with our CTE program is we're like a rubber band, and we're stretched really, really wide, and we're getting wider. And so pretty soon it's like the elasticity is not going to last, right? But it's like we need to kind of bring it back in a little bit and then go deep. We're very broad. You can do a lot of things and be broad, but there would be no depth to it and no real meaning to it and substance to it, and you won't be able to do it with fidelity and be able to sustain it.
Thank you.
So,
Ms. Futrell, thank you for that
Thank you.
presentation. My educational career started in CTE in Philadelphia Public Schools, and so I am fired up listening to you.
Yes.
I'm so excited to see what's coming.
I love it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much
Thank
for
you
this,
all.
and we look forward to next steps.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
All right, yes,
Is there
ma'am.
a way I can get, because I did have a copy of the full audit on here, now this is just the presentation. Is there a way, if we want one, we can get a copy of it? It's like 168 pages.
Ms. Bowie, can you?
I would
thank
love to
you.
have
Yeah,
that. 'cause
I'd love to have a copy
to
too.
reference it. Thank
All right. Okay, moving right along here. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust.
Sure. This evening, I want to first start by providing content and information to the board and the families of our district regarding New Hanover High School. I would like to again reiterate our thanks to the New Hanover County Commissioners for their funding and commitment to the safety of our students and community. Thank you to all other members and leaders of our community who additionally sat at the table and provided support and solutions on how to move forward to ensure student safety. Crisis team support and resources are still available for our students and our staff. The district has resumed the COVID-19 dashboard. The dashboard will be updated every Friday and can be found on nhcs.net/back to school. I want to reiterate that in order to reduce redundancy and utilize the authoritative source, the district will rely on the public health department's database to report school cases on the dashboard. Each school has implemented a quarantine makeup work procedure for students having to quarantine due to COVID-19. Families can find these procedures on their website or by contacting the school. Pre-K started last week, and we're excited for our youngest learners to begin their journey in the public school. Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners who have prioritized our youngest learners in doubling our classes. We hope that next year we can serve even more 3 to 4-year-olds. The Communications and Outreach Division have premiered a new segment titled NHCS Recap. This segment is a 2-minute recap of the events that have occurred throughout our district over the week. It is shared across social media and YouTube. I encourage all families and staff to watch it for important updates and events occurring in our schools. That is actually all that I have for tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Next item is board chairperson's report. No report tonight, just another thank you. I know I said it a lot last week, but to the Sheriff's Office, Wilmington PD, New Hanover High School staff and students, New Hanover County Health Department, Trillion Health Resources, St. Paul's Episcopal Church, Communities and Schools, the NHCS crisis team for all of your efforts and care last week for our students. Thank you very much. The only other things to report for the board participated in parliamentary procedures training last week with Ms. Tanis Nelson, and next week we'll be participating in the next phase of our master board training with the North Carolina School Boards Association. All right. Next up is committee reports. Don't believe anyone came forward with any committee reports to share, so I will move along to correspondence. Does anyone have any correspondence they would like to share?
Is it correspondence to just throw in a quick thank you to the staff at Williston for their assistance in doing that, and the family life educators who were at Williston who came over to help? I just wanted to make sure that they got thrown in on the thank yous.
Absolutely. All right. Yes, Ms. Justice?
Oh, no, I'm just looking over there.
All right. We do not need a second call to the audience, so I will move along to the announcements. The following board-related meetings will be held during the month of September. The Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, September 14th at 9 a.m. The Family Communications Committee will meet on Thursday, September 16th at 5 p.m. The Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee will meet on Monday, September 20th at 5 p.m. And the Board of Education will hold an interim board meeting on Tuesday, September 21st at 5 p.m. Yes, ma'am.
The Title IX Committee is going to meet on Monday, September the 20th.
All right.
At 3:30 like we always do. Or 3, I'm sorry.
Yes, Ms. Walker.
Are you getting ready to move on? Can I say something in our
Yes.
announcements or not? I mean, it's not really an announcement. I just wanted to thank Tanis Nelson for her excellent workshop on the procedural training. It has shown me at least the importance of procedure in our work and to help maintain order and decorum. I know she spent many hours coming over policies and watching our meetings to customize our workshop, and we are very fortunate to have such a professional of her caliber here locally. I really hope we as board members can incorporate her advice in our work, especially since it is a part of our policy to follow. I know Ms. Crable's already used it, the training today, so it's definitely been helpful for us. So again, thank you. I just wanted to thank her for that.
Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is closed session, and we do have a few topics that we need to go into closed session for pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 USC 1232G, to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege information, including in the case captioned John Doe v. New Hanover County Board of Education et al., New Hanover County Superior Court, case number 19-CVS-2745. Do I hear a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bullier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We are in closed session. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Final item on the agenda this evening is adjournment.
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Second, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are adjourned. Have a great night, everybody.
There you went. Night, gentlemen. Night, ladies. Night,